Here. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another show. So, is it a call-in show tonight? Well, the way that it works is if it is a call-in show, motherfuckers will call in because we're making a call-in show because y'all want to call in, but other than the show tonight. Well,
shit, what the fuck
the
just
way
happened?
that it works is
Who's that
if
talking?
it is a call-in show,
What the fuck?
motherfuckers will call in because we're making a call-in show because y'all want to call in, but other than the show.
Damn it!
Well,
Shit, what the fuck
the
just
way
happened?
that it works is
Who's that
if
talking?
it is a call-in show,
What the?
this some bullshit. I always have something open that shouldn't be open. I just fuck up.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I'm always late. I done told you, I said, we gonna get going at 7 o'clock. Man, fucking 12:30. Whoa! Whatever time I tell you is wrong. It don't matter what it is I'm doing. That motherfucking time is wrong.
And I always be wondering, like, is he talking West Coast or East Coast? Which one he talking?
Think if I was talking about 7 o'clock on the West Coast, I was still wrong. God, dog. How do you give yourself that kind of leeway and still fuck it up? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode, the 6th edition. This is our 6th anniversary. Okay, anniversary is a year, but whatever the fuck. So this is our 6th show. And if you get an opportunity, guys, please make sure you go over and subscribe to the channel. And the channel, let me see if I can find the channel. I need to go here. We need we only have 169 subscribers. Y'all bullshit. Y'all supposed to go over there and subscribe. Because what we're gonna start doing after a while is having the show be if it's live anywhere else other than on that main channel, when it goes down, it'll disappear from that. It'll disappear from where it's at. So you'll have to go over to the other channel if you missed it to catch the replays. My man Brian is on the show. Make sure that you click that link right there and subscribe to the Guru and the Whore channel. Please make sure you do it because, guys, they don't even let us do anything until we get 10,000 views over there. So y'all got to go over there and give us the views and so we can have that channel where we do all this stuff. So the next time when you guys go back, you'll be able to go back and view it on the same channel. Right now, it's actually broadcasting live over there. And we got my man Jason V and Frank over there. So what's up, Jason V and Frank? We are live on the One-on-One with Tommy Sotomayor channel as well. So everybody that's watching and joining us, thank you guys so much. I am Tommy Sotomayor, and you are?
I am Brian Redmond, the doctor of discussion, the relationship rehabber himself. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We appreciate you guys. This is the 6th show. That's what's up, and we still moving. I spoke with my parole officer today, and told him that I was doing this channel, and he said, unless I get to 1,000 subscribers within the next week, he just might send me back to jail. So I need you people. My baby needs you. My daughter needs you. Keep
right
me out.
So y'all need to go ahead and do it. I owe child support. Click the like.
Yeah.
The child support is hard out here for a pimp. They came looking for me today. I said, I'm doing a show. I'll get you your money.
Yeah, buddy.
That bad when you drop off your kid, the baby mama got her hand out and it ain't for the kid. God dog. Oh.
Indeed.
But this is the 6th episode of The Guru and the Whore. I am the whore and
I am the guru.
Now,
yes,
the subject of today that we're going to be talking about is one that hits home for me because unlike him, I can't keep a bitch for shit. I can't. I've been in the midst of sleeping with a woman and she said, I don't think this is going to work. We are current. I took 3 strokes and she was like, you know what? We should stop. I just realized I'm going to join a convent. What the fuck? Really?
You done fucked me into a nunnery, y'all.
Right. So we are looking at this from 2 different perspectives. And I've heard a lot of people talk in my comment section, and they bring up the idea that they just don't believe that black love works anymore. And last night when I was talking to people, they were asking me about a post that I put up. And here was my thoughts. I believe that at this point it's impossible for, or damn near virtually impossible for black relationships to work, because I don't think that black men and black women like each other. And I really don't believe that black women like black men. Now, when you heard this topic, what went through your mind? Just the topic itself.
When I first heard it, I was like, man, it's an awesome topic, because I think it's something that we need to definitely visit and talk about, because it's like the state of our relationships that we have, just whether it's man and woman or if it's just family members or whatever. It has become such a different, just a totally different thing from what it used to be in just a short amount of time, that it's like, what has really happened to our relationships? Like, why are we the way that we are? And it's like, it affects so many different things as far as to how we are as a people, how we treat each other, you know, just on a personal level. It's like, it's just crazy. And I thought about it. I said, well, man, this is something that we definitely got to visit, because it's amazing to see how our relationships as black people has just transitioned into what it is today. And it's just crazy, man.
Now, and the funny part is, it used to be a time in which black relationships were the envy of the rest of America. We had higher in wedlock births than even white people. So what do you think happened between the 60s and now, where we went from the top to the bottom, where we went from the pillars of matrimonial relationships to right now we're side chicks of Charlotte?
Man, man, oh, that just killed me, man. When I saw that,
I chapped my hide.
Worse. Yeah, I think that one of the things that I think we just, I guess, took a real just sharp left turn back in the days from the 50s and the 60s was just the whole integration piece. I think the fact that we integrated and the fact that we did it without having any type of rules or foundation or just holding on to our traditions, we just totally just like threw everything into the wind and just said, okay, we're gonna go do this. I think that kind of like just derailed some real foundational building blocks that we used to have. Like when you talk about things like just structure overall, you talk about things like personal responsibility and accountability. We kind of like let those things die off and just kind of threw them into the wind, to where it was okay for us to be single mothers. It was okay for others that just walked away from our families and things like that. And it just led and just snowballed into what you see today, to you can't judge me, don't nobody know my life, and it's my world. I'm an independent boss chick no matter what. And that's where we at today.
Did you Did you get a chance to see the video of the woman beat the shit out of her daughter when her daughter just simply tried to tell her, I've been molested by your man?
Yes. And it was like, I guess it was so disturbing and troubling, not just the initial act, but the people that filmed that. Like,
remember when
how could you sit and watch a mother beat her child like a dude on the street? That was like just the most shocking thing about it to me. It was bad, man.
And the funny thing I have to ask myself is, I'm like, I can remember when, you know, you wouldn't watch a kid you wouldn't watch something like this and get like a joy out of it. But now the voyeurism is bad. I can remember when women at least tried to hold themselves to a respectable position. Like, you knew it was a lot of bitches with side chicks. Hell, my mama was a side chick. But I didn't know that shit. Like, you didn't go around advertising that motherfucking shit. I just thought the nigga showed up every now and again. I just thought that's how daddies work. Like Santa Claus. Santa Claus come once a year, so do daddy. The nigga just show up with a few gifts, fuck your mama, and ride out. He ate a nigga cookies too. I would leave cookies out for daddy. These are for Santa. These are for daddy. Don't be laughing at my life, nigga. I put a sock over the damn fireplace, but you know I'm from the hood, so we didn't have that. I put it by the thermostat. We put all our shit by the thermostat.
One of them brown stockings.
You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
That up there.
But you sit back there and I'm like, man, not only do I remember, you know who else remembers?
Who?
with your car at the crosswalk and then just drove away? Pepperidge Farm remembers, but
I ain't the only nigga remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
He said Pepperidge Farm remembers. Oh my God. Yeah, that's good. I like that.
God,
man,
dog.
I could definitely say I remember when there used to be fights in my neighborhood, or we would see fights. The fight could happen, but it could only go so far. You got somebody beat, and other people, we would step in and be like, hey, that's enough. All right, you point is made, fight is over. This person lost. He done took his beating, or she done took up. It's over. I remember there was a time we would do that. You couldn't have somebody just at your mercy like that and just constantly beating their face, especially a mother doing that to her daughter. You just couldn't. We didn't let that kind of stuff happen.
These female fights are worse than the dude fights. I've seen the women sit there and curb stomp a bitch. Just and the first thing these women do is try to kill each other. They will, if you fall on the ground, a bitch is kicking you in the face. And them black chicks don't die. Like if you kick me in the face like that, I'm gonna give up the ghost.
They won't even play dead.
You know, I'm giving up the ghost. You gonna see that nigga rise up at me and be like, I'm out. That shit is painful. But these bitches
up like that Terminator, boy, not even saying a word, just right back.
Right. They kill the black chick, lay down like the Terminator. They fucked up. The light done went out their eyes.
That light come back on.
That backup system. The backup system done rerouting power. Black bitch done got back up. God, dog. Y'all ain't hurt me. Come back, bitches. I'm like, this bitch want to fight like this? Because if you think about it, even though she was beating the shit out of her little girl, the little girl was like, I was like, God, dog, just what them sounds she was making. She went from sounding like a nigga you used to play dominoes with to a screaming banshee.
Yeah.
and I was like, just watching it. And then, of course, niggas, she leaking. And so they put the camera closer so everybody can see a child bleeding.
Yep. And it's like, and they knew what it was about.
Yep.
So it's like that. You mean to tell me that y'all gonna sit and watch this beating take place, and this is a child telling her mama that her dude then molested her, and she just can't accept it.
And the other lady was the grandma, the one who stood in front of him, didn't stop him from beating. Said, Don't screenshot it. You know the old bitch don't even know what screenshot means. They lie, bitch. They lie. They lie video. Don't know about that old bitch. She just learned the word screenshot.
Right.
So wait a minute, bitch. Are you a screen? This is not being screenshot. But that old bitch was like, don't you be filming this. Like she just gonna block them and shit. But they were back there fighting. But the worst part of the story was that I found out what they were arguing, that the girl was possibly molested by not only the mom's boyfriend, but the grandma's boyfriend. They were arguing over which one molested the girl.
Yeah. That's man. And there's nobody, like when we talking about like relationships, it's like there's nobody to just say, wait a minute, what the fuck are y'all doing? Like there's nobody like calling a timeout, man. It's like we just won't do that. We'll watch it and we'll be the first ones to post it on our page. We'll share it, but we won't question or challenge each other. Like, how did we get there? That is just like it baffles me, man, when I see that kind of stuff.
That's why I said relationships don't work. Okay, 43-year-old bitch. You got a 16-year-old daughter. You know what you were thinking when you were 16? That's how you got all them other damn kids, because you was fucking. I was 16, and what was the 16-year-old girls doing? They was fucking.
Yeah.
So why would you have a grown-ass man around your... I'll choke my damn daughter's mom out. My daughter turned 16, and she talking about I got a boyfriend, and my daughter running around with a Hello Kitty cutoff. I don't need that motherfucker shit in my life. I'm already mad she feeling out. That shit pissing me off. I better ask God, stop this shit. I'm not ready.
Yep.
But you got these women, they don't give a shit. A dad give a shit. We don't even like our homeboys looking at our daughter when she grow up a little bit. He talking about your daughter sure is done got grown. What you say, nigga? I'm just saying. She 35, nigga. I'm just pointing out. You know?
Right. And it's like, and my thing is too, and that's, I guess that's something where I have to definitely tip my hat and salute my mom. You know, because my my mother and father, they split up when I was 3, but my mom didn't bring dudes around me. Just me and my brother and my sister. She didn't do that. And it's like, as I got older, I realized that she had, you know, boyfriends and stuff like that. But there was only one other man that was ever like close enough to us to where, and she had been dating him for a long time before he even came around us. Mm-hmm. And it was like, I definitely just, I appreciate my mother for doing that, because you don't know what could have happened to us. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that she was just cognizant of that to keep that part of her life. And it's like, ain't nobody trying to tell these women to say, hey, if you single, you can't have a life, but you got to have some discernment. You got to have some responsibility to say, you know what? My children come first, at least to the point to where I'm not going to bring no other dude around them. Exactly. I don't know what this dude's intentions are. I don't know what this dude is about. You know, you dating him and now I'm dating him too. Come on. You should already know and be solidified in your relationship, and you should be to the point to where you say, okay, now we're going to introduce our kids, you know, to each other, whatever, to get to that point. Don't just do that 5, 6, 7, 8 months into the relationship.
Exactly. I'm a big believer. My daughters can tell you they don't know no bitches like that. They know, well, my 11-year-old knows of a person I dated, but then everybody knows of that person I dated. It was a relationship everybody knew of. Everybody else, I'd tell a woman, look, my children come first. When they go to bed, I'll come after them. Whoa! But listen, I remember I had a woman. I knew a woman. She had 2 kids, and she was like, "You can only come over my house between 1 in the morning and 5 in the morning. You come get it, you get the fuck out." And I said, that makes sense. And you know what's really sad is we will at least somewhat semi-sorta, because there was outrage about what happened to this girl. But we never, and I'm glad you brought that up, we never even questioned these women with sons bringing this new nigga into the house. You know, there's so many black men who have a secret, like they were asking this little girl to keep. The secret of, yes, you were molested, but this dick matters more than you. So keep it. And I've done several shows talking about how most black girls have been molested by family members or mama's boyfriend. That's why a lot of these black girls are highly sexual.
Yep.
Give these young girls, you need a life jacket and a fucking rope to make sure you don't fall in their uterus.
So she said, what you doing with that rope? I'm tying it on the bedpost in case I lose my footing.
Bitch, who you used to fuck? The 85 bears? Like, really? But it didn't used to be that way. But now, so if you know these girls are going through it, the worst part to me is what happened to these boys. And I know what somebody's asking, how could you say it's worse that boys are raped than girls are raped? Because that boy, if things went right in his life, he would have never expected to have a dick in him. This is something that was not supposed to happen.
Right.
So he got to live down an unnatural event that happened to him. At least if a girl grows up, it's fucked up that she was violated, but she can say, this is something that was taken from me. That is it's a natural thing. It was just taken from me. What happened to that boy?
Right.
How does he even have a relationship with a female, knowing that even if he tells his story of what happened, the first thing we're going to do is look at him and think what?
He gay.
He gay.
Yep.
That's why most men don't tell the fucking story of being molested or raped, because they know that as soon as you tell that story, if I'm laying in the bed with my girl right there and I was like, you know, when I was 11, I got raped by this my mama's boyfriend. She ain't gonna be like, oh, baby, let me hold you. She gonna sit up there and be like,
I wonder if he's suspect.
Yes. I knew that's why he had so many S's at the end of his sentences.
Yeah. And a lot of people don't realize that, like, when you are young and when you're a child, the things and the sexual things that you are exposed, the things you are exposed to sexually they tend to kind of like be your blueprint. And it's like when you think about why there's so many gay men and stuff like that, a lot of those men are molested as boys. It's like it's something that they're introduced to that, and they learn that behavior, and that becomes their sexual blueprint. And it's hard to try to change that. It's like if that's how you were introduced into it, if that's what you were exposed to as a kid, that's forever. That's written on your. It's like written in stone almost. And it's hard to undo that. It's hard to, it's very few people that can overcome that. And like when we're talking about being oversexed, you know, the things that we let our children do when they're babies, you know, it's okay. It's cute now for a little girl to be, you know, in a little bathing suit, popping her ass on the new hot song that's out. You know, it's cute for the little boy to be grinding up on the little girl, you know, when they dancing at the birthday party because you playing this adult music and stuff for these kids to listen to because you want to have a good time. It's like those things that we expose our kids to, that writes their sexual blueprint for them, and they begin to want to do that and mimic that because that's what they were exposed to first. You know, it's like those are just the things that we have just lost. And when we're talking about just relationships, there weren't things that we would do like that. When I was a kid and my mama had me come and dance, or my dad said, do that dance move, boy, it was, you know, the dance move that was out then. You talking about the spank, the hustle, or something like that, you know.
He was doing the Watusi.
Doing that, you know what I'm saying? Doing the Madison.
That nigga mama had him doing the Charleston.
Right, that's what you did, right? Do the crazy legs, boy. You know,
God, dog.
That's the kind of stuff our parents had us doing, man. And it's like, you know, those things weren't you know, sexually suggestive in nature, none of that kind of stuff. They ain't have us doing that, you know. And it's like, but nowadays that's what they do. It's crazy, man.
All right, okay. Now people are probably wondering, well, what does that have to do with this? Let me tie that in real quick. I was molested as a 10-year-old boy. I told the story before. And I think that's why I have such a hard time relating to women, because a woman fucked me up and I didn't know how to view women at that point. Now, when I tell the story, I remember when I first told the story and people were making blogs and shit and saying it's obvious I'm a faggot because I didn't enjoy at 10 years old a woman trying to fuck me. That's the most ironic part about this. I was like, wow, so that's how black people view little boys. And then when you watch all these things of where the boys are being raped by their teachers, what do you usually see in the comment section? The people saying, I wish my teacher did that.
I am guilty of saying that myself. Seeing a 16-year-old boy having sex, seems like, damn, what was that teacher at when I was in? And it's like that's okay. It's like it's something that's okay for it to happen to boys, but for girls, it's like, oh, that's just the worst thing in the world, and it's so terrible. But it's like we don't get that as men, as young men.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, let me tell you something. Most little girls have a picture of what on their wall? Some boy band.
Yep.
Some 20-year-old or 30-year-old that they find very attractive, and they be 14, 15, and they be fawning over him. So why do we never say, shit, Justin Bieber just fucked the shit out of a 14-year-old. You're lucky, girl. Why do we never say that? She likes him. She finds him attractive. Why don't we say that same bullshit to young girls? Because young girls, remember, and I keep on trying to point this out to people, young girls, they claim are older mentally than boys, which no psychologist will tell you this other than me. The truth is they're not older than boys mentally. They just typically fuck older people. So they think they're older. I'll give you an example. A girl in the 9th grade will probably date a junior or senior. So she's going to think she's better than the other 9th graders because I do shit with the sophomores and juniors and seniors. You guys are just kids. That's how she speaks. Same thing in college. The freshman girls get fucked by who? Seniors. Matter of fact, by the time a girl in high school is in 10th and 11th grade and 12th grade, her boyfriend don't even go to school no more. That nigga sell dope. He be driving up to the school. That nigga pulling up. I used to hate that shit. And I ain't the only one who that happened to. Used to hate that. Motherfucking old niggas was fucking the shit out your girl. So what did I used to say? Man, I can't wait to become one of them old niggas. Anyway, the point is, you was... We can't wait, boy. Whoa, I'm going to sell dope just so I can roll up to the high school.
I can clearly remember girls in 8th grade telling me specifically, if you ain't got no car, I ain't even trying to holler at you. Don't even holler at me. If you ain't 16, because you ain't even got no car, you can't take me nowhere. You can't come pick me up. We can't go nowhere, or we gonna be on the bus. Don't even holler at me. And I'm like, damn, I'm in 8th grade.
You know what I'm saying? Why we having this conversation? We both in 8th grade, bitch.
I was sitting there thinking, I gotta go steal my daddy's car.
Right. We were doing all kind of shit to be old.
He gonna kill me.
Women say that shit now. Broke ass bitches with no car and a bus pass. Talking about they won't date a nigga without a job. Bitch, you don't have a job. I won't date a nigga without a car. Bitch, you don't have a car. Yeah, but man, women are able to say this. So that's why they say women mature older than men. But it's not true or faster than men, because women are childish even in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. Why you think these old ass women be fighting their daughters? Because they got the same fucking mentality as them. But nobody will tell you that because we live in a feminist age. But by that logic, if we believe that girls are older, well, then a 16-year-old, nobody should get mad if a 35-year-old teacher fuck her. They should say, well, technically she's 19.
Right, she's technically
she's older than 16. They never say that. But a boy who they say is younger mentally, so even if he's 15, what are we technically saying he is mentally? By 11, 12?
12 years old. Yep. He 12.
He 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to say, good job, young man, for getting some pussy, even though we said you are immature. Good job, young man, because the pleasures of the flesh matter more to men. But then we get mad when men rape women, because if pleasures of the flesh matter that much to men that we congratulate them for getting it, then you'd understand that desire, that want would overwhelm their logic. Nah, we don't want to go into that. But my point is, I think this contributes, because I know it contributes with me, because I did not know how to deal with, I was still in the stage of girls got cooties.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here and this woman's doing some shit to me. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? Who do I tell? And the funny thing is, when I finally told my mom what happened, I was 18 years old. When I was telling my mom waited till I got around some other people, told them the story, and laughed.
Wow. Wow.
So women even think that shit is funny. Now imagine if it was a man who did it. I don't know how they would have reacted. But that's why so many men won't say anything. Now, the reason I bring this up again is because if me as a man, I don't know how to deal with women, or I didn't as a young man, I still don't now, because I had a fucked up idea of what a man-woman relationship was, because before my damn wings were able to blossom like a butterfly, they were touched by a bitch. You know the show, I got touched by an angel, I got touched by a bitch.
Touched by an angel.
Right? Well, anyway, so if I don't know how to deal with women, and the young girls have typically been molested or raped as children, then wouldn't they have the same problem as I do? Because they wouldn't know how to properly deal with a man. So most girls believe that the only thing they bring to the table is pussy.
Yes.
That's it. Their whole life, everything has been about pussy. And don't be a young girl. Let's just say you got a fat ass. You know, 20, got a big ass. You know, people probably look at your fat ass a lot. And so they boil you down to your fat ass. They don't talk to you about more than that, right? Yep. So by the time she got that fat ass at 15, 16, she had 20 and 30-year-old niggas trying to fuck. And even when she was looking like a baby, because she looked like a baby in the face, the nigga knows she a baby.
Yeah.
And she'll be like, I'm only 15. I want a pickle. I don't know if they still do that. When I was coming up, you know, the little girl used to go and get them pickles and be walking around the playground with that pickle and shit.
With the peppermint in the middle of it. With the peppermint.
Right. It was the good old days, boy. Yeah. And they sit up there and look at you while they eating it. About. Yeah, you didn't know what to do with it. You just hit your homeboy. Yeah, nigga, she looking at me, nigga.
You that pickle, boy.
I'm gonna go buy another one, nigga. No. Mama, can I get 50 cents? But you sit there and you look at it. These girls have had men tell them from the time they was around 13 to 15, pretend he don't know how old she is. While pretending he don't know how old she is, he bringing him McDonald's and shit because he know that impress a 13-year-old. He rolling up in a car that he barely got running, but she don't have no car, so that's still impressive to her. She say, you know, I'm 16. He just sneak over when ain't nobody around. He telling her he don't care. He's sneaking and getting that rapport with her. And that's the problem when you have these women bring their boyfriends in the house, because you're now telling your daughter that he all right.
Yep.
He good people.
I think the biggest thing that we can, I guess, surmise from all of this is that there aren't any gatekeepers. There's no fence around these children, and the protector, that guard dog, that's the father.
Yep.
That's the one that says, hold on, nigga, I know what you on because I'm a man just like you.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on. And whether it's a little 16-year-old boy or if it's a 32-year-old dude who talking about, oh, I just wanted to, help out.
I'm just trying to help her do her homework.
Walking because it was raining outside. I didn't want to get wet, so I just let her hop in my Cadillac and I just, took her to McDonald's because she looked like she was hungry and brought her home. Right. No, nigga, I know what this is. And then that father is there to say, girl, don't you never get in another man car. I'm your daddy. You need to get picked up, you call me. You don't hop in no dude car. You don't go off with no grown man. You don't put yourself in a position where you even alone with another man. You don't do that. And those are the things that have not been passed down because the men aren't in the home anymore. And they don't know that. So they're not taught that. So therefore, they're victim to it.
And see, that's why people consistently keep saying I'm some kind of molester or I like underage girls, because I keep saying, regardless of if you think it's right or wrong to fuck a teenager, treat it like everybody wants to fuck your teenager. It's the equivalent of how many times does it take for somebody to rob you for you to get robbed? Once. How many times does it take for somebody to rape you for you to be raped? Once. How many times does it take for somebody to kill you for you to be dead? Once. Unless you Jesus. But the point is,
and even then, it take you 3 days to come back. He can't even get right back.
You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. It's too much.
They put the velvet rope around Jesus. Hold on, player. Hold on. Everybody else can go. You got 3 days, nigga. You got 3 days.
It's 3 days. It's Sunday. I'm gonna have to catch up with y'all. You know what I'm saying? God, dog. Got these holes in my hand and my feet.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I can't go to the club like this.
I can't. Yeah, they ain't even healed yet. They still hurting.
So, but if you sit back and you think about it, that's what I keep trying to tell people. You don't wear a seatbelt because you know you about to get in an accident. You wear a seatbelt in case you get in an accident. So why would you not tell your daughter straight up front? But that's what daddies will do. Daddies, we're smart enough to look at our daughters and be like, her ass and titties getting real big. Them little niggas is looking. Mama act like she didn't see that shit. Or if she does see it, she'll start calling her daughter fast. I've seen them when I was growing up. Every time a girl got titties in the ass, old people would be like, that girl been fucking, that girl fast. So you couldn't even tell nobody if you was a girl with a fat ass that you was a virgin. You like, fuck, I might as well give them the pussy. They think I've done it anyway. I was in the 3rd grade with this little girl. Well, from what I can remember. Because, shit is different. Because when I was in the 3rd grade, 5 foot niggas was tall. Nigga, hell, whoa! But there was a girl in class. Her name was Sherry Moore. Sherry had them buds back then, but we thought her titties was huge. We tried to sit by her in the class. Hey, Sherry. Give her a little note. Will you be my Valentine? Yes or no? This bitch put maybe. That was a win. Because I had hell no one time. Fuck you, nigga. With 2 checks. What the? How did you even learn how to spell this yet? But you,
I used to write my notes. I'd have a yes and a maybe, and then I put off in the bottom corner in small letters a little no.
Bitch couldn't find a no. This nigga was the originator of that shit on the internet. When you trying to click out, but you can't find that X, that shit is all on your screen. It's way down here at the bottom. You just sit up there and watch it. Fuck it, I just watch it. Do you want to?
I want her to just look and be like, you know what? I can't see the note, so you got to find that note. You got to peel a corner off and unfold that mother. Oh, there it is.
That's when I started learning to play that game with the fingers and shit. I just build that game. And at least it would entertain a bitch to fuck around and go out with me. You know what I'm saying? This is fun. This nigga lame, but God knows I ain't creative. But I sat there and I remember that girl had a horrible school year that year, because not only were we talking about it, but I can remember we would go to the neighborhood. Them older boys would be at that bitch. She just trying to do homework. She was so ashamed of them. She used to hold her books like this to cover them.
Yeah. So
she just wanted to be a little girl. She wanted to be a little girl like the rest of the girls, but she had titties. So because you got titties, it's fucking niggas in the 6th and 7th grade trying to fuck you, not just walk you home and hold your hand. Because bitch, that's all I could do. I could just hold your hand, and then you try to do anything else, I'm like, hold on, that's cooties. We just walk. But them old niggas, they weren't worried about cooties. They worried about booty.
Yeah.
So the young girl would end up getting caught up that way because the whole neighborhood figures she's some kind of hoe. Her mama is threatened by her because my titties sag, yours sit up. My ass ain't as fat as yours. Yours is double my size, and you twice as young as me. So mom is now upset because she knows. And I listen, I know for a fact these women know that the niggas they bring that's laying up in their house is looking at their damn daughter. First off, again, your daughter don't even recognize that she got shit that niggas is wanting to fuck her. She just like, my fucking shit is big and it's getting on my nerves. She put on her pants. She ain't thinking. Her friends wear little tight ass pants. She want to wear them too. But bitch, it don't look the same on you. You got a big ass. So, but they don't know no better. So when they get ready to go home and go to bed and they in the house, what are typically 14, 15, 16-year-old girls wearing? 14, 15, 16-year-old girl bed clothes.
Yep.
They running around the house with your grown ass. First off, ladies, if you got to let a man come move in your house, you are dating down. Once you got children, that nigga should be able to take you and your kids somewhere. You shouldn't date him. I want to get an amen on that. There's no reason for a woman with kids to date a nigga that has to move in with you. You already got kids. Why you need another one? And you got a teenage girl who, again, your pussy been worked to the bone. Your meat flaps is like this and shit blowing in the wind.
Got that roast beef.
Right. Your pussy done been through some shit. He know you done fucked a bunch of people. Your damn kids look like the reading rainbow. It's all kind of colors of kids.
And then that pussy been worked so bad when she opened her legs, it's like a Broadway play.
Nigga look at an old bitch pussy and be like, for shame. But
where you killing the game with that one.
But so you sit back and you look, and you now have to realize this young girl has been sexually exploited since she was knee high to a dragonfly. Mm-hmm. These boys have been pushed to be grown. They mama calling them my little man. They mama.
I was just about to say that.
They mama treating the little boys like they personal boyfriend and shit. All kind of
mama friends. They mama friends do it too. Oh, that's my little boyfriend. Especially when they single. This my little husband. Like, girl, he 4. What is you talking about? He's your husband.
Man of the house.
Take my little man. Yeah, he the man of the
little nigga still pissing on himself, but he the man of the house.
Yep. Exactly. We want to put that. It's like the women, because this happens when it's single mothers that are raising these kids. They put that man that they want and that they wish they had. They put that whole entire mantle on their sons at 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
They already you will hear them talk about, yeah, girl, he gonna be fine when he get older. He's 4. for? What are you talking about? He's fine. Oh, girl, he gonna have all the girls after him. Oh yeah, girl. And he gonna look at his little thing.
Yeah, I've heard so many of these women talk about how big. I've heard so many of these women talking about how he gonna have a big dick. That girl put that video up, said that shit about her son.
Yep. And it's like, so what are you teaching him at 3 years old? What are you putting on him at 3 years old? And then when he's 25 and all he want to do is fuck hoes, now the girls that in his peer group are calling him an ain't shit dude, and all he want to do is be a player, and he don't want nothing real because he a boy.
That's my problem.
He taught that since he's 3 years old.
I still and when we get older, we perpetuate this. When girls get mad and you see women get mad at me, what's the first thing they say? He only saying that because he don't get no pussy.
Yep.
So as old people now, we still basing a man's manhood on pussy. And then women get mad when I cheat on them. I'm like, bitch, I'm just trying to keep my man game up. I'm cheating. If I stop cheating on you, right? If I stop fucking around on you, they gonna think I'm not a man. That's what most black men think. Pussy count makes us men. So even if we get a good girl, we still got to keep fucking, because we'll hang out with our homeboys and be like, hey man, you want to go to the club with us? Nah, man, I got a girl. Oh, you a punk now.
Yep.
Nobody says good job, man.
You pussy whip.
Right.
You pussy whip.
Yeah. When's the last time you heard a black man tell his homeboy, nigga, you married, go home, and you got a good wife, go home to your wife, leave the fucking to us. We only go out here to the club because we don't have nobody worth a fuck. That's what should be said, because ain't nothing good out in the damn club. As long as I've been dating, I realize that shit is the damn same revolving fucking door. It is. When you date, you fuck with a bitch, y'all fall in love, y'all break up, you go through that same bullshit lie process with the next person, y'all keep breaking up. It's the same bullshit. But the difference is the black community doesn't believe in, let me find a good person and build with them, because we didn't see it. So that's why I asked the question about the show. Has it gotten impossible? Because if I grew up getting fucked over and fucked with and touched before I even grew to be a man, and told that being a man is how much pussy you get, and the girls were being taught suck dick at a young age, get money out of a man if you can. What's that old thing that the old women used to say? Wet pussy shouldn't equal a dry purse.
Yep.
This is what we've been taught for generations. So when we meet each other, do you think anything positive is going to come out of it? What we do is we meet, we fuck really quick. We claim we like each other, but we don't build on top of that. We don't say, let me try to get to know you. Because to me, good pussy will make me get to know you. Let me sit down. I'm an old man now, but I'm like, let me get to know you too. Let me see what's behind this pussy. A lot of ass. Oh, I mean, let me see what else. No, but I'm saying, let me see what else comes with this. Because I guess because I now see the value in building something with somebody. I envy people like you. But there are rare people in the black community that will envy a married person, because we think that only people who get married are people who settle. He got married because he can't get no more pussy. That's why. Women, what do? They get a whole bunch of fucking kids. They pussy is still flapping in the wind. And now they say, well, it's time to settle down. But these niggas don't want to settle down. At what point would these niggas want to settle down if they were taught at a young age to just be whores?
Yep.
So I want to ask you, I say it is virtually impossible for black people. I've been talking to black women for all my life, and I've been probably wanting to get married if I could for the last 10 years. But almost every black woman I know, they will fuck the shit out of you. You know what? And I said this before. I've had more black women suck my dick before kissing me. That's how detached relationships with black people are. A woman should not have put her mouth on your dick, although it feels good, more than she's put her mouth on you. But right now, we're comfortable with like sex isn't even, it's impersonal. It's not personal with us anymore. The women, like the men, can fuck and fuck somebody else and fuck somebody else and fuck somebody else and fuck somebody else. Women have no problem putting on their Facebook page, they was in a relationship today. It's complicated tomorrow. They out of the relationship. They in a relationship. Back in the days, it used to be a time you wouldn't do that because people would now know publicly that you a hoe. Even if you was privately, if you was a hoe privately, you at least kept it privately because you gave a fuck. Now these girls are doing all kind of shit. That girl, I don't know if y'all remember that girl, Lanika, that I did that video, the viral video about that girl with that motherfucking mouth looked like Jason Voorhees in Friday the 13th Part 6. with the mask off. Said like, mask off, fucking mask on, bitch. 2T charge that to the game from food stamps to a whole nother demand. I don't know.
Oh man,
God, dog.
I think that.
But if you think about it, let me finish the point. If you think about it that way, we don't even look at each other as a value in each other's life other than temporary gain. The girls just want a temporary check. Like I keep telling people, it's smart enough, never go for the small prize, go for the big one. But like white women are smart. White girls won't ask you for shit and make you think they don't need shit, and then it'll be a big thing they need. And since they haven't asked for shit for so long, you think, shit, I've been fucking this bitch for this long, let me give her $5,000. Black women will nickel and dime you and will never get to $5,000 because you'll start to think, well, the cap is $150 or the cap is $50. So that's where I'm going to go. And anything over that, I'm going to get mad. And now that I know you're asking me for it up front, I'm going to be like, I don't know. Men do the same thing. We just want to see if we can fuck you. We don't want to see if you can cook, if you can clean, if you can hold a conversation. We don't want to know if you can help us or if you're going to rob us. We just want to know if we can fuck. And when we do it, when the women get what they want, when the men get what they want, we look at each other and realize that's the only value they had. And once I no longer need pussy from you, once I no longer need money from you, I no longer need you. So our relationships are contentious at the beginning. Do you think I'm on to something, or do you think I'm reaching?
I think you're on to something. I think that the relationships and that we are used to or accustomed to having today, they absolutely will not work. The greater majority of them will not work. And that's because we have, over these past, 40 or 50 years, what we've done, we have taken dysfunction and we have passed it down to the point to where it's culture. So it's like our women, they don't know that, hey, you need to have discernment. You need to not put yourself out here like that, because so many of them are doing it. They think it's okay. Mm-hmm. And it's like when you talking even about the black woman and the white woman type of thing, white women are taught to say, hey, when you young, I know you want to live your life, and yeah, you may even start sucking dick at 13 years old, but they have a mother and a father, and they have some type of structure in place to tell them, hey, go and get yourself in school, put yourself through college, have all the wild and crazy sex that you want to in your college years, live your life, but don't put it out on Facebook, don't broadcast it, because when you graduate, it is now going to be time for you to find a husband, find somebody that you can build a life with, and have some children and be a mother. And you don't want that past of you being a whore and a slut all those years in high school and in college to come back and bite you in the butt, because it's going to devalue you. And that is the thing that we haven't learned. That is the thing that our women haven't learned, because they don't have responsible parents in the home. Parents.
Yep.
And it's like we'll sit and we'll talk about, oh, my mama did this, or my mama was the realest. I love my mama because she did. Yeah, but if your mama didn't do that thing that you always talk about, saying the best thing a woman can do for her child is to pick a good father, not just a good dick. Stop doing that, and that's when you can start to rebuild what it is that we've torn down ourselves. And people will try to say, oh, well, the white man tore our families apart, and he did. The system and all that stuff that was in place, we went along and bought into it.
Yep. Because
we wanted to be a part of the integration piece, and we wanted to do things the way that all the white people doing it too. Yeah, okay, well, if you see the white people doing it, how come we didn't have our 2.5 kids in our home in the suburbs? Why we didn't work for that? Mm-hmm. That's the American dream, ain't it? We ain't going after that. We stacked up 5-10 stories high in the projects, and we living our life like it's gold and barbecuing on the front lawn like we all good. Those are the things that we have turned to say, well, this is okay. This is what we should do. And we let our children become even more reckless with those behaviors. So yeah, it went from 2 girls getting pregnant in 8th grade to now 30.
The whole 8th grade graduation.
Whole 8, yeah. You got 8 kids graduating with babies already. Talking about, I'm going to an alternative school and I'm gonna still get mine, you know, and their mama sitting there saying, well, yeah, you know, she may have started a little early, but I'm a grandmother now and all I care about is my grandbaby. What?
And see, people got mad at me, and that's why I was telling the story about that Lanika girl with the fucked up mouth. When she was in the news, for those who don't remember, she was in the news because she got a police officer fired because one of them old niggas. I think she's like 16, but she got a fat ass. She got an ugly face. She look a mess.
I saw that. Yep.
But she got a fat ass, and if you're a nigga, that's all that matters. So
that she got ass.
Yeah, which is horrible. But she was walking, and the cop didn't realize his ass was being filmed. Was trying to buy some pussy from her. She filmed him saying, I don't sell no pussy. And I kept saying, I said, that girl's a hoe. And they got mad at me, and I showed her videos where she had on her Facebook page doing all kind of hoe shit. There was no father around, no mother around. This girl got access to this phone and is putting up the horrorest shit possible, and nobody there to say no. That was last year when I did that video. Guess what she has right now?
A baby.
A baby. And guess what she on Facebook still doing? Showing her fat ass every 5 minutes.
Yep. Serving it up.
So you got a baby, and then she already making posts because the baby's a newborn. So it's a newborn. You trying to show the internet how your stomach has gone back down, which is relative because black chicks be fat, but as long as their ass is fatter than their stomach, they swear they ain't fat. But if you are a baby and you got fat on you, in 10 years, you're going to like shit. Have you ever noticed that most black chicks who was fine in their 20s, or excuse me, they late teens, early 20s, be fat as fuck in 30s, but they'll still say, I got a fat ass though. But you, like that motherfucker who was beating her daughter, that bitch had a back on the side of her back. When your back got saddlebags, I never seen no shit like that. But you look at her daughter, she probably at one point was shaped like her daughter. Black bitches don't give a shit. They just eat and fuck. They don't go to the gym. They don't go do nothing. And if you ever say to one of them, you know, if you lose a little bit of weight, you don't like the weapon, you know what? Never mind. Fuck it. But if a woman tell you, you know, if you worked a few more hours, you'd have more money. We wouldn't get mad. This shit would make sense. Yeah. But this girl now has a baby, is always at home with some little young girl. I don't know if that's her sister or what. So she's teaching her little young sister to be just like her. You talked about the American dream, 2.5 kids, 2-car garage, white picket fence. White people still have this thing called American dream. Let me ask you, because when you asked it, I was like, there was no such thing as the American dream for black people. I don't remember it unless you do. What is the black American dream today?
It's get your money, do what you do. Can't nobody judge you.
Only God can.
Only God can. Live your life, because don't nobody else know your life but you. And it's on and popping. It's all about the turn up. It's gonna be lit. And, I mean, anything like that, any
catchphrase,
any catchphrase or whatever the hottest song that's out right now, whatever that hook is, then that's what you do.
Yep,
that's what you do.
You remember when YOLO was the shit? Everybody bitches were getting YOLO tattooed on them.
You only live once. That's right. That's what we have adopted.
Who the fuck live their life like that every day?
Man.
You only live once. Right. But that became the moniker, YOLO, nigga.
Yep.
And like you said, every song tells them what to do. When I watched that little boy, mama told me not to say what? Why does little nigga know that song, but he don't know his ABCs? And she was like, do it, little nigga. Do it. Call her son little nigga. I said, yeah. There ain't nothing wrong with having your little nigga do the stanky leg. I get it. But when he doesn't know his ABCs, the shit that's actually going to change or help his life, when shit like that goes unprepared on these children, when the idea of a stable family the little boys, I feel sorry for my daughters because when they date these little boys and shit, I know it. I don't think they're going to be able to get out of these young boys is some dick. That's it. And I just got to hope they don't get an STD or pregnant. How bad has it gotten that I just hope my 16-year-old, my 17-year-old, my 20-year-old just don't get pregnant? That I don't have to be a granddad and take care of this motherfucker because she fucked one of these niggas who was raised by one of these bitches who never taught them the idea. Because you'd assume black men would be the most respectful men on earth, right? Because they're being raised by black women predominantly. So it seemed like they would be like overly respectable, right? But they're worse than they ever was. How's that possible?
And yes, here's why. Because the single black mothers that are raising these little boys, they are so selfish and they're so worried about themselves is that little boy that they raising, they don't want him to go off with some other woman. They just want him to fuck hoes because they want to be the only woman in his life. They want to be his main chick. They want to be that woman where he said, hey, ain't nobody had my back and been there for me like my mama, so that she can prove to the world that is some man out here, even though he my son, that's putting me first.
Damn.
That's exactly what it is. Tell me, am I lying? When you think about it, why is it that these women want their little sons? They want their sons to say, you know, yeah, you can go. He gonna be fucking all these little hoes. He got this long, pretty hair. I'm gonna keep him braided up. I'm gonna keep him in the freshest clothes, so all these girls gonna want him, and he can have his pick of all of them. But I'm his mama. I'm gonna be his number one chick. I'm gonna be his main chick. I'm gonna be the one. Just like when you look at these athletes. Look at these athletes when they go to leave. What's the first thing they do? They got their mama with them like that's their wife. And their mama's right there. No daddy in sight. Their mama's right there. That's my son wearing his jersey, dressed up, coming to the game.
Like his bitch.
Man, dude, did you see the other night when
Kevin Durant? Kevin Durant, mom, I believe she's sucking his dick. She has to be.
Court like his broad.
Kissing him in the mouth when he go off the good stupid shit. LeBron James, mama, if she ain't got no boyfriend, she all over him. The nasty shit. You're right. You don't see Peyton Manning's mama nowhere with the number 18 jersey on, jumping them down. You ain't never seen it.
See, and the time that you've seen Peyton Manning's mama,
she is Peyton Manning daddy
in the booth next to Archie Manning.
Yep.
Right next to him, and ain't saying a word, ain't up there talking like, yeah, that's my son there, my son out here throwing up touchdowns. She's sitting there, prim and proper, with her husband right next to her.
We don't know who Drew Brees' mama is. I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you who Donovan McNabb mama was.
Yep, she was right there. She was even in that nigga commercials.
Yes.
Yeah, Donovan.
No daddy, just his mama. And he had his daddy. Nigga looked just like his daddy. But it was just his mama right there because they wanted to perpetuate. Not Donovan became who he is because he had a mom and a daddy. They act like that didn't exist. And if you notice, almost every time them dudes have a daddy, they act like the daddy don't exist. What I loved about Derek Jeter, they tried their best not to show Derek. Well, Derek Jeter would hide his mama, but his black ass daddy was up in the damn stand. They would try not to show this motherfucker. They like, oh shit, that's proof that Derek Jeter black is not show his daddy. And it's funny that we do not point out that dynamic. And I'm glad you said it. These women want their sons to be there to treat them. And I always say, like the nigga they couldn't pick. They couldn't pick the right dick. So their son becomes that's his job, take care of mama. All black males' job is to take care of their damn mama because their mama didn't have no damn man. That's why this woman is still 43 years old with a 16-year-old daughter and two more. I think it's 2 or 3. I saw the pictures. It was like a total of 4. Looking like Jabba the Pizza Hut, but still out there dating. You still out there trying to find you a man. And grandma got a boyfriend, dog. You know, look, I feel bad to be dating and to have my daughter say that's my daddy's girlfriend. I think that sounds stupid. To me, it just sounds stupid. If I'm 60, 70 years old, what that look like? People talk about that's granddaddy's girlfriend. What?
Yeah.
Nigga, you are unsuccessful at dating at that point. Like, really, you are the ultimate unsuccessful dater.
Yep.
Geriatric dating? No, it's not for me. Plenty of fish.
And it's like to turn it on the other, to turn it to just look at it from another perspective.
The nigga said, "I'm sorry," but this nigga said, "I'm glad." I'm sorry, but this nigga wrote, "I'm glad my mom found a simp."
Hey,
I ain't gonna lie, my mama found one too. That nigga was wild. You done married a bitch with a gang of kids? Nah, but that nigga needed somewhere to live. That's what it was. As I grew up, I realized, I said, this nigga don't have no job. She just brought in another kid.
I just don't get the fact that it's like when you talk about men, that the men that are in there, like Venus and Serena's dad, his whole thing that he was about with it, the role he played in his daughter's life was to drive and push his daughters. It was like I clearly remember a moment when they were still young, and the commentators were talking about, their dad said that they're gonna be serving, he's gonna get their serves up to 120 miles an hour. That's a man serve. That's just a little too far. He's just reaching a little too much with that. And sure enough, he did it.
He said his daughter was gonna be the great.
Sure enough,
you remember when he said, when Venus was kicking everybody's ass, what did he say? Serena's gonna be better than her.
Gonna be better than her. Yep. He sure did. And it's like that the role he played, he wasn't always walking around with his arm around them and treating them like them his little women and all that. He didn't do that. He was raising his daughters, and he was raising them as athletes. That's what he did. It's like that whole mentality and how a man looks at his child like that, especially his daughters. We want the best for our daughters, and we want our daughters to have the best. We want to give our daughters the best. We want them to be in a better situation than we were. Even back in the old days, in the 1600s, back in the days of the kings and queens and stuff, women daughters were betrothed. They were, hey, my daughter ain't just gonna be out here finding herself. No. I'm her daddy. I'm gonna position her. I'm gonna put her in a good spot. I'm gonna set her up with a good family. She just can't go out here and live her life and can't nobody judge her. I'm judging her, and I'm gonna put her in the right position. And it's like just listening to you and what you're talking about, what you want for your daughters, and you see what's out here, and you want to shield your daughters from that. You know what I'm saying? It's like the single mothers that are in the home, they see what's out here. They know that all these niggas out here, that they fucking ain't shit. And they're not trying to shield their daughters from that. They want their daughters to be their best friends.
They want, no. Let me tell you how selfish women are. Women know the world, and a lot of these dudes out here ain't shit. They'll protect their sons more than they'll protect their daughters because they're jealous of their daughters. They want to see their daughter fuck up worse than them so they can look at them and say, you are no better than them. Men like to see their children be better than them. Think about it. We love to see if every man, Barry Bonds' daddy was Bobby Bonds. Bobby Bonds was happy as a clam to see that his son was better than him. And almost every man wants right now. How often do you see Stephen Curry's dad? You don't. He glad his son's way better player than he ever was. Dale Curry was just a shooter. And that's all he did. He didn't make no all-star game. Your son got 2 MVPs. You ever see him try to throw dirt on his son? You ever see him try to take his son's spotlight? Nope. And as a matter of fact, in the last 2 seasons, you ain't seen him at all.
Yep.
You ever seen Kobe Bryant daddy try to take his son's spotlight?
Nope.
Jelly Bean was just an overseas player. Kobe Bryant was one of the 5 greatest players. Almost every time you see a dad, his son is better than him because that's what he wants, and he does that. Men protect their daughters. They want the best for their daughters. Women are jealous of their daughters. They know their daughter got quote-unquote better hair than them. Their daughter got a fatter ass than them because women are self-conscious. And the older they get, the more self-conscious they are. A woman's daughter reminds them of everything they're losing. The older your daughter gets, the older you're getting. They used to say y'all look like sisters. That's when a woman's, have you ever noticed that's when a mother's happy? You ain't never seen no man get happy because he say, yes, your son look like your damn brother.
Yep.
We get mad at some shit like that. Hey, my mother, if you gonna tell this nigga I look like his brother, he gonna fight me when we get home. He gonna fuck around try to test me. I don't want to hear that shit. Women be, oh, they say we look just like. Every time you look on Facebook, you see women doing that bullshit, putting up pictures talking about some me and my sister daughter.
Man.
Dumb shit. They're competing with their daughters. You cannot protect somebody you compete with. And that's why single mothers do a poor job of protecting their daughters, because they're competing with their daughters. That's why most black girls, by the time they're 14 to 17, and when I first said it, everybody thought I was lying. The more I've been around, the more people say I'm telling the truth. But I said, 13 to 17, them black girls done left the fucking house. They get out. They can't stand their mama. They leave or mama put them out.
And it's because women don't understand or grasp the concept of legacy until they become grandmothers. Men, we understand that concept the minute we even think about having a son. We think about wanting children. We are thinking about legacy. We want our kids to be better than us because that's a reflection of what we built.
That's why we don't like it when ugly bitches call us and tell us they done missed their period. Legacy. This ugly bitch. Oh no. Women will sit up there and let a nigga looking like this. That nigga will get them pregnant. They'll put that shit on Facebook. This nigga ain't paying child support. I do be paying child support. Like, come on. I wouldn't tell nobody that nigga got me pregnant. I punched myself in the stomach. Oh, off the top rope. Not women. They don't give a shit. Men, we give a shit. Women. When we get a fine bitch pregnant, we tell everybody.
That woman that look like that dude that pledged himself to Xerxes.
With the shield on his back and everything. One eye.
It all and a uniform.
We get a, listen, you can tell when I get a fine bitch pregnant, I'm going to turn into that nigga. What's his name? Something black, aloe black. Nigga, I'm going to tell everybody. I'm going to fucking tell everybody. Nigga, I'm going to tell everybody. I'm going to show a picture of it. This is when I came in. This is when she, I'm going to show that shit. You could tell that you ugly by how I react when you tell me, I think I missed my period. So what you gonna do?
Yes.
So
like,
what you gonna do?
Girl, you missed that. That's a sign. It's time, baby.
Right. But it goes back to what you're saying. It's legacy. Legacy is, that's why I was saying women are better people than men. I think they are. Let me tell you why. When you tell us, your kid's gonna have cerebral palsy, we look at the bitch. Bitch, it's something wrong with your genetics. You fucked up my kid. Women are sitting up there talking about so what are we going to have to do? we could leave it here and try again.
well, I think we are more inclined to do something like that because we don't want that baby to have that hard life. And then to be carrying our name with it too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like because it's about that legacy. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's exactly what we think about. And it's like even though women are naturally those nurturers and will love anything or whatever, we think about that. We think about what happens when that kid is a grown man.
Because we be mad. Look,
we about our daughters being grown.
We be looking at our girlfriend shit. You know, I went to school with Jarrell. He's got a wife and he's got a kid, Kyle. He grew up, he wearing a cape and shit now. He's saving Earth.
It's like, I take pride in the fact that even though Krypton is,
you know, it's right.
My son is still out here.
Right. But you look at your wife and you telling her, but our son is Bizarro. I mean, he looked like Kal-El a little bit. He wear a cape.
Oh, your son is Wario. You remember Wario? Right. Mario's evil. I don't want my son to be Wario.
Yeah. Some of us gonna have Wario. Some of us gonna take home Wario from the hospital. And that's what a man in our legacy. We step in and like, Oh, you hear the baby crying? Why don't you go up there and change the diaper? Why don't we just leave that motherfucker up there? I mean, he'll figure it out. He'll start knocking around some turtle shells eventually. Oh my God.
that back, boy. I hope Mario kicked your ass.
You know what I'm saying?
Evil motherfucker.
So, but like you said, it's a legacy. So we actually give a shit, which goes back to where we are. I think that it's very difficult for black men to date because we're of dual mind. I think deep down, why do you think my audience is so big of black men? Because deep down, they know that there's a problem. Deep down, the majority of us black men know there's a problem. When that girl called me the other day and I listened to her tell me how much she loved my show, and then she said, my mom did XYZ, and she was naming all the shit that her mom did to her as a kid. And then when she ended the sentence, she said, oh, I'm not saying my mom's a bad mom.
Oh, no.
And think about how many black people will tell you the shit their mothers did to them, and they will end the sentence with, oh, I'm not saying she's a bad mom. It's because we're confused. We're told you must love your mom at all costs. Look at Tupac. The Tupac movie, his mama probably gonna be all in that. It's gonna be like the Tupac and his mama movie. This motherfucker made that Dear Mama song, and he said, even though you were a crack fiend mama, you always were a black queen mama. You've never heard nobody say you always was even though you was a crack fiend daddy, you always a black king daddy.
Black king daddy.
If black daddy missed 2 child support payments, black child says my daddy ain't shit.
Yeah.
We easily say, I challenge every one of you men out there to go on a date with a black girl, first date, and tell her how your mama wasn't shit. So watch how her face changes. Even if you tell her all the bullshit your mother did, she gonna say, but that's still your mama. If it wasn't for your mama, you wouldn't be here. She couldn't have been doing that bad of a job. Look at you now. Like she motherfucking Chris Brown talking about Ari Kari. Like it doesn't make any sense, but that's what happened. Black women get credit for stuff they had nothing to do with. Niggas an athlete, mama gets credit. She fat like a beach whale, ain't never played no ball and never took him to practice.
Right.
She just got credit for it. Never get LeBron James' daddy should get way more credit than LeBron James' mama because his height and his build came from who? Not his mama. You looked at his mama and she's not built like that. Came from his daddy. But we don't want to do that. We want to give the mama all the damn credit. When you do that, I don't think that this huge chasm between the men and the women, the gulf is too great. I don't think that we have enough people who, even if they're willing to jump the gulf, they can't make it. They don't have the proper tools. There's a lot of black women I know I've tried to date, and they probably were trying to be serious at one point, but they didn't have the proper tools to be it. Me, I've been in relationships and tried to be serious, but I didn't have the proper tools to even make it work. Everybody wants to be a millionaire. How many millionaires do you know?
Right. Yeah, that's it. And I can guarantee with all that what we're saying right now, there's somebody that's watching this right now, or somebody who's gonna watch this, and they're gonna say, well, all they doing is talking about, you know, what the black women is doing, and all women ain't like that, and some are good, but yeah, all of them are bad. That's not what we're saying. I think that we have to realize that the only way that you can change dysfunction is to acknowledge it, and to acknowledge the fact that our single mothers that are raising these kids right now today, they don't have it the right way. They're not doing it the right way, regardless of how many kids they got, regardless of if it wasn't their fault, regardless if they didn't want to do this, but it happened anyway because God must have wanted it to be this way. You have to realize that the dysfunction that we have been passing down, even though it's unknowingly at this point now, our parents and our parents' parents, they didn't know no better, and they got it twisted, and they started passing down this same old dysfunction to the point where we thought it was okay, but it's not. So now we have to break that cycle by saying what you're doing is not the way to do it. I'm not going to let my kid be a single mother. I'm not going to let my son just be out here as a player or a pimp and thinking that shit is cute.
Yep.
Those are the things we have to start saying. This ain't cool no more, period. Regardless of how much we think it's okay, how funny we think it was because we did it, we have to be like, this ain't the way to go because it fucked me up. And even though I may have made it so far, I could be so much further along if I had my head on a little bit straighter.
You know what's ironic to me is all these women talk about they can't find a good man or their baby daddy left them and shit like that. And then you'll hear them talk about their son. They'll say, he gonna be a little player. Why would you put that in your son's head? So the girls his age are gonna have to deal with that bullshit you put in that boy's head at an early age, that he gonna be a little player, when you know you was mad that his daddy was a player. So maybe you should identify that his daddy was a player, that the nigga might have player genes, and you might want to get in there and do a little damn changing or fucking with the damn genome to see if you can let this nigga not be a player. So maybe not encourage him to do something that's already in his genetics. That's like telling a little kid, well, your daddy was an alcoholic, and you see the little nigga drinking the milk bottle. That motherfucker gonna be on that hen dog in a few years. I see Hennessy in his future.
That little nigga got his baby bottle in his back pocket like his daddy used to have.
They putting the milk, they putting the Similac in a flask and shit with a nipple on it. Little nigga, pull it out. I ain't got time for this shit. Like, who encourages this shit?
Put his baby bottle in a brown bag, get a skirt on it. Just so he know what to do when he get older, when he get that beer.
Right, like, it's crazy. But the women are doing it. That's why every time I tell people, I say, if you are having a problem finding a good man, blame his mama. Because mama had total autonomy in raising him. And mama could have told him to be the kind of man that she couldn't pick, but she didn't.
Yep.
Mama,
it was cute to say he gonna be a little player. It was cute to say, "Oh yeah, girl." When his mama's friends was saying, "Yeah, he gonna be fucking all the girls when he get older, girl," and she said like, "Yeah, girl, he got a big dick like his daddy do." So you know them girls gonna be all over that thing. Then when he 30 and got 4 different kids by 4 different women. You sitting here saying you need to get your shit together and be a real man and take care of these kids, because all these kids is being dumped off and brought over here to my house, and I'm tired. I'm trying to live my life now.
Or she going into child support court, the same place where she took his daddy. Now she in there on his side, yelling at them other women, saying, y'all trying to fuck up my son's life. Bitch, you fucked up several of niggas' lives when you was doing it. It's always strange to watch these women act like they didn't do what they did, not try to stop what they see is happening. And I think that's where we're having an issue when it comes to dating. I have realized probably the last 15 years, in essence, if you date me, I'm a pushover. I'm a really nice guy. I rarely can get the woman that I want because of that. I've watched women claim they want a good man, so you be what it is they say they want, and then they'll tell you they ain't happy.
Yep.
And then I've treated women like straight up shit, and they never left. I had a girl that caught me cheating on her like 7 times. She never left.
And that's because in her early years and what she learned from either her daddy or not, a daddy not being there, she was exposed to it and it became her norm. It's just like a woman who wants who's in an abusive relationship who equates getting her ass beat to love. It's what she's been taught, and it's the way that things go. So it's like, that's what I've learned. That's what it is. So when you get something that's the opposite, or when you get something that you like, man, is this really how it's supposed to be or how it could be? Then you do one or two things. You either reject it because you're not used to that, or you reject it because you don't think you're worthy of that. That self-esteem will kick in on yourself, and you'll be like, I don't deserve no good dude. I deserve that dude that don't want to do shit but play PlayStation and then beat my ass when I get home because he think I'm cheating because he's cheating while I'm at work taking care of his ass.
And I think that's why I say Black relationships don't work, because number one, we don't like each other, but number two, when we're together, we only identify with the struggle. How many times have you heard Black women try to control Black men and tell them they shouldn't date out of their race? And the main reason they say is because, well, we both went through this struggle.
Yeah.
How many times have you seen Black people take pride in struggle? How many rappers you know that are rich that still talk about selling dope and being in the streets and being broke, even though that motherfucker's rich and he ain't seen the street or the white in 20 years?
Because still want to be a trap god.
Right. because we identify with the struggle. We identify with the bullshit. And I don't understand that. So how can you get two groups of people who identify with the bullshit to get together and be normal?
We have to be willing, and I mean this for everybody. We have to be willing to tear down, or should I say rehab? Yeah.
Nice
We
plug.
need to be willing to rehab our relationships and the construct that we have put our relationships in. We got to tear it down, and we have to change the dynamic of it and build it back up into something that's worth a fuck. We have to be willing to say, well, hey, what we have been doing obviously is not working. No matter how you want to look, no matter how you want to say, well, not for everybody or not all, you can say it all you want to. It's not working. You look at the relationships that we have today and how we treat each other today, it's a fucking shame. And we have to change that and be willing to understand that this thing that we working with now, it's no good. Let's tear it all down and let's build it back up. Let's use some different ideas. Let's look at some different perspectives and start doing things differently. Because sometimes you have to do things differently, even though you don't know where they may take you. Just to create that change, you have to just do something that you've never done before to try to go somewhere that you've never been before.
It's and I'm wondering what the audience is thinking when it comes to Black love. We could open up the phone lines if they want to talk, but I'm just curious what other people think about this idea of Black relationships, because I don't think it'll work right now. I think the only way Black relationships can work is if you start teaching the children. I think we're a lost generation. I think the only way this is going to work is when you teach the children, and the change will be slow.
Yeah.
Because right now, we're too far gone. We're too much reality show based. We're too much the girls want to twerk. I just think it's too far gone. I watch too many Black women seem very happy when they're with white men and they know to act different. I don't think that they believe that we as Black men deserve them acting different. So they don't give it to us.
I agree. And I think that though the fact that we realize that, hey, our generation is lost and we just have to chalk it up as a loss, I believe that we can still be the ones to start laying that foundation.
Yes.
And that's what I'm going to do with my daughter. My daughter is not going to have that traditional what they're doing now or what the millennials will be doing when they get of age, whatever the case. She won't do that. I'm going to lay down with her a just groundwork of saying, hey, this is what you look for in a boyfriend. This is what you look for in a husband. You and what you have to bring to the table is a treasure, and everybody can't share in the treasure. You just can't. I don't want my daughter to be out soaring her royal oats. like I don't want her to do that. I don't want her to go through that. I want her to, hey, I want that sexual experience that she has. I want it to be with her husband. And I want her husband to be worth a fuck to where he can understand what it is that he's getting and that she can respect him and understand what she's getting, and they can appreciate each other. We got this thing now to where we think that we the greatest gift to whoever, and they need to worship and appreciate us for us just being here. And I don't want her to do that.
Yeah. And that's how I look at my daughters. I'm glad you said that. Like, I love the idea behind Moses, because Moses did not get to see the promised land, but he brought them to the promised land.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 41. I probably won't meet anybody worth the fuck. I've been watching the type of women I've been meeting. And I think I just attract weirdos, probably because I'm a weirdo. But as a weirdo, I can't build. But as a weirdo, I can recognize I'm a weirdo. And maybe I'll be like Ed Harris in National, was that National Treasure?
Mm-hmm.
When he was like, tell him I found it. Tell him I found it. You hear me? You tell him. Ah! Like at this point, I'm just holding it. I'm holding it up. and the water's going in my face and I barely can't breathe. And I'm telling you, go Gates, but you tell him, what I did.
Let me say this to you. I think that you are right, but I also think that you can find somebody who is just as fucked up as you are, but understands where they're at and understands that, hey, they may not be able to see the promised land either, but they can at least be with somebody who can help lead others to it. I think you can find somebody that's like that. And you know, it may not be a traditional type of relationship or something you may have thought it would be, but it could definitely be something that's at least fulfilling and rewarding for where you're at and for what you put into your life. I think you can find somebody who can help complement your life by having somebody who understands your life and where you've been and are willing to say, well, you know what, I can accept you for where you're at and you can accept me for where I'm at, and we can build something together, and I can help support you in what it is that you're building, because I understand it. I want that for you, brother. I think you can get it.
I wanted
just
to
have to shelve your whorish ways. And
look, I'm trying. Look, I'll stop being a whore. I can say it now. If I can find me a good, like, I'm telling you, I think I'm crazy. I found one woman that bitch was awesome. She cooked every day, new meal. The bitch looked that shit like chef shit. She was a nut.
There you go.
And I kept on trying to tell her, do you understand you nutty? Like, this is some weird old shit. Yeah. And the woman was just beautiful. I remember when I was in LA with her, and people, because she came to visit me when I was at the thing. That's why I cut the camera off. But she came to visit. And the niggas at the bar was like, God, dog. I mean, I was looking at her, I said, this is stupid. Now, she paid for the shit, but I didn't pay for it. Like, you know, I'm not a fan of fake ass shit, but she's really pretty and the rest of the shit is fake. But it's put together well. She's a beautiful woman. She is nutty and fruitcake. Nutty as fuck. Or I'll get with somebody who doesn't view me the way that I view them. So I will be all into them, but they don't view me like that. Or I will get with somebody that views me that way, but I don't view them that way. It's like, I'm always like the other show. I think this was episode 5 or 4, Unequally Yoked. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's a mental block with me, because maybe I see the people and I say, well, you like me too much. Like you said earlier, I don't think I'm worth that. I think I'm only worth following somebody who ain't feeling me, so I can chase them, because I think that's my whole life is supposed to be. So when you like me too much, I think there's something wrong with you. And I think that's what happens in a lot of Black relationships. We've been so beaten down our whole lives that being beat down is a norm. And I think that we go back and forth looking for people who are going to treat us like dirt. And anytime people don't treat us like dirt, we think it's something wrong with them. So we treat them like dirt. We only know how to hurt because all we've been is hurt. And that's why I believe that at this juncture, Black relationships are virtually impossible to have because we don't like each other. And when we date people of other races, at least, like, think about it. If I don't know how to play the drums, but I date somebody that know how to play the drums, guess what's going to happen? I'm probably going to be able to learn how to play the drums. If I don't know how to play the drums, and the person I date doesn't know how to play drums, and we got a drum set, we're just going to make a bunch of fucking noise and get on each other's nerves. I think Black relationships are that. We're beating on the drums and getting on everybody in the house's nerves.
I think that one of the things that you have to do, and this is not just for you, but for anybody that's trying to find a relationship that's worth a fuck to at least build on, you have to be able to do 2 things. You have to be able to make a list of what you want, and you got to make a list of what you're willing to accept. And what I mean by that is this. So you can say, and this is putting in the basics, your prerequisites of, hey, what you want the person to look like, the things you like, big butt, big titties, whatever the case may be. You put all that stuff in there. We all know that. I want them to be funny. I want them to be honest. We all know that. I'm talking about the little things. Like, I want her to, like you said, I want her to be able to cook every day, anything I ask for. She knows to come ask me what I want for the day. She knows my menu and what to serve up to me. Those are the type of things you need to have on the list. I need to know that she's not crazy. I need to be able to ask her certain things to see what her views are and what her thoughts are on different opinions on things about life and things about the world, to see if she is going to be able to answer those things and fit into that criteria. Once you have that list together in your mind, now that other list as far as what you're willing to accept is going to be about, what am I willing to accept for her faults to be? What are things that I can put up with? Can I put up with the fact that she done slept with 40 dudes? Yes, cool. No, all right, I know that's a prerequisite. Can I put up with the fact that she got kids? Can I put up with the fact that she doesn't know how to treat a man, or I'm going to have to teach her how to treat a man? Those are the things that you have to have on that list so that you can work on that. At the end of the day, once you get those two lists, then now what you do is you use that as your tool to interview. When you are with that woman, whether you fucking 10 women on the side, but you got this one that you really trying to vet out, that's who's going through the process. Because it's unrealistic to say, well, Tommy, you stop doing what you've been doing and how you've been living your life for the past 41 years, and you just now say, I'm gonna wait for a good girl. That's bullshit, and that's unrealistic. But for you to live your life the way that you're doing and to say, well, now I have this criteria, I have this interview packet, and now I can start vetting the women that actually do spark something in me, that actually do hit that. Because you can see a woman and be like, yeah, I like her and I like to fuck her. And then you can see another woman and be like, I like her and I like to fuck her, but I want to get to know her too, because there's something about her. That's the one that gets that vetting process. While you still doing what you're doing, but you still got that vetting process happening with that other one. And then it'll get to the point to where you can say she's passing or she's failing. If she's failing, all right, well, let me move on. And I'm still doing what I'm doing on the side here. And it's going to get to the point to where now you're going to say, what I'm doing on the side ain't worth what I got here vetting, because this one here is actually making something happen within me, and she's passing my test. So now I can start putting my energy and my time more into her to see where this gonna go.
But let me ask you this. Do you think it's gotten to the point though where we are so hard on each other that as soon as we see something we don't like, we cross that person out? Because the women are so used to jumping dicks that they have no problem jumping to another dick. They'll jump to another dick while they fucking you. Like, they'll leave your house and literally go fuck another nigga. If they've gotten to that mentality, because I'm sorry, to me, I'd say 99% of black chicks are used to switching dicks, and it's no issue with them. If you stop fucking in a day, they will fuck somebody else tomorrow off of Plenty of Fish or off of Instagram, or off of Tinder, or off of whatever the fuck. They fucked several people on that because they've been on that damn long. They've been on Black People Meet. They've been on Match.com. They've been on Facebook. They've been on that so long that they fucking people who are in their inboxes, and jumping dicks is no issue with them. So if jumping dicks is no issue with them, then what incentive do they have to even build with you as soon as you do anything they don't like? Or even if you don't do nothing they don't like, they're just so used to the habit of switching dicks. What if I'm that way? What if I fuck so many women that I won't even give a woman a chance? What if that's what black people have become? That all we know how to do is fuck and overjudge each other. Look at, you said something I don't like. That's not something that somebody who in a relationship should say. You did something I don't like. That's not what somebody in a relationship should do. And if you look at, just go by the social media of most people, most black people never take blame for what happened to them. You don't see a girl posting, well, you know, I probably don't have a good man because I ain't shit. She said, these niggas ain't shit. They ain't bringing their A game. It was one girl I used to date. I call it date, but technically all we was doing was fucking. In the process of all we was doing was fucking. And now this was when I was fresh to Instagram, so I didn't know what it was. So I got on Instagram and was looking at her Instagram while being with me, but telling me, you know, it's distance, and I'm you know, I do this, and you know, I'm in track, and it was always something. Only thing we would get together to do was either fuck, and she needed some money for school. That's pretty much it. But I watched her on Instagram, and she was talking about men don't treat her right. And I guess it was one of the niggas that she was fucking while fucking me that she really liked. Because the thing about people is when we really like somebody, we will act like we like them. We will treat them like we like them. Don't matter what we're doing, kind of like what you said. I could be fucking 10 hoes. If I like one of them, that one is going to get more attention than the other one. The other one's going to know something ain't right. And I remember just watching that girl complain about not being able to find a good man, and I was throwing myself at this bitch. And every year she hits me up out of nowhere and will say something, but it's just to see if I'm still wanting to fuck her and if I still will give out, some money or something. Did she hit me up today?
Yep.
And she's still finding a motherfucker now. She hit me up today. How are the girls doing? I said, Why do you hit me up knowing you don't like me how I like you? You've never liked me how I like you. But I think that's what we do, because she claims she wants something, but apparently she didn't want it from me. And I get that. It happens a lot. But when you don't, why do you drag that other person through that shit? Because there's been plenty of girls. That's why I said that. This happened to me. I've had girls do really good shit to me, really nice girls. But for some reason, because of my broken ass past, them being nice to me was like, something wrong with you, bitch. But I got to the point where I don't drag them through that shit, though. Like, it's like, okay. I can't drag you through that because it ain't fair, number one. And number two, I can't find what I'm looking for if I'm dragging you along. Do you think black people will ever get to the understanding that how do you find what you're looking for when you dragging along what you don't want? Don't you have to let go of the shit you don't want in order to be able to be open to the shit that you do?
You have to be willing to wash your hands. And here's what I mean by that.
Because I don't have clean hands, you know what I mean?
If I have shit on my hands, right? Everything I touch, no matter how good it may be, it's gonna have shit on it. So anything that I touch and I want to eat it or I want to smell it, whatever the case may be, when I put it up to my face to eat it or to smell it or to look at it, I'm gonna see shit on it. I'm gonna smell shit on it, and if I eat it, I'm gonna taste the shit that's in it. Reason being is because I have shit on my hands. And I think that we want to keep the shit on our hands, and we don't want to wash our hands, and we want to have all the things we want, and we want those things to be everything that we look and see for them to be. So that girl that you with, you know how fine she is, how much potential she has, how much you like her. You know she ain't shit because she ain't even willing to change to give you what it is that you know she wants, because you showed her that interest. She's not interested in you like that. And you know this. Man. However, you don't want to wash your hands of it. You got to be willing to wash your hands to say, well, you know what? Let me wash my hands and and at least give myself the chance to say, well, what I'm about to try to reach for and what I'm about to try to get might be a little different than what it was that I thought it was going to be, but it's going to get me where I'm trying to go. And that might be, hey, maybe that woman that you want might not be that chocolate bronze, beautiful black chick that's a little hood and a little ghetto and still got, that goodness about her. Maybe you ain't going to have that. Maybe you have to say, well, maybe she might come from a different background.
I'm starting to think maybe I'm going to have to get a fat bitch. That's what I'm starting to think. I'm just going to get a fat ass bitch.
She just
like I just look like you get a low self-esteem, high cholesterol.
This motherfucker may be she may not be what I wanted to be, but she gonna work for at least 10, 15 years till she had this heart attack because she got this high blood pressure.
I read her motherfucking food list for the wedding. Why do we have so many Little Debbie snack cakes? This bitch done actually tried to invite Little Debbie to the wedding. I sent her several messages. I'm just saying, but that scares me. But that scares me too. It seems like when people say when you want to be happy, you have to settle. Like nobody says if you want to be happy with a car, you better get one that's. They don't say that. They don't say if you want to be happy with a house, you probably should get that. You shouldn't get all the bells and whistles. There's nothing else we say you shouldn't get all the bells and whistles on, except for when we tell people about dating. You shouldn't get all the bells and whistles. You shouldn't have everything.
Okay, but all right, but look at it like this. So think about where you live right now. Did you think 10 years ago, 10 years before you got to where you at now, that you were going to have to live in Arizona? That wasn't your goal to say, yep, I'm going to move to Arizona and I'm going to be out here and I'm going to build my. You had to go through what you've been through and you assessed your life. And I've heard you say it plenty of times. I had to get out of Atlanta and I couldn't live in LA. So you had to put yourself in the best possible position, even though you frequent the two.
I was about to say, so even if I get me that fat bitch, I'm gonna still be fucking them other bitches. Think about it. You just that's your perfect analogy.
Find you a fat bitch that'll take care of you and will allow you to go out and play. That's what you want to do.
But then one of the bitches I fuck with on the side gonna be finding the one that got home, and you know what most men do? Well, shit, I wish I had this all the time.
She's gonna piss you off and show you that, yep, I may be fine and got this ass, but I'm still that ratchet bitch that you don't like. And you will know to be like, you know what? I'm gonna keep you right where you at, and I'm gonna go on home to where it's good at. That's what you gotta do. At the end of the day, she ain't gonna be no fat bitch. We all know this. But at the end of the day,
I'm scared of motherfuckers getting fat. I'm dead ass serious because that'll fuck up my image. I'm walking around with this fat ass bitch. Like, this just won't work. And one of the first things I tell almost every chick I date, I'm like, you know, you probably should work out a little bit. They look at me funny. I'm like, well, I gotta tell you that shit because I can tell you eating a lot and you just sit down. Like, you like, it's some good ass eating. And it's fun to see you thick. It feel good to lay up on you and hold you in the bed. But motherfucker, you too young to be that big. I know how shit work. I was skinny as fuck at 20. I got weight on me now that shouldn't have been there. I had to lose it a little while ago. I was up there looking like the fucking doctor that killed Michael Jackson and shit. I saw a picture of me. I said I look like Dr. Conrad Murray. Why the fuck I look like Conrad Murray? I was disturbed. I used to have sex with socks and a shirt on. I left my shorts on, just pull my dick out the front. Yeah, you like that? You know you a fat if you a man and you don't like to see yourself naked.
Hey, at the end of the day, man, you can get it. You just gotta find that Arizona chick. That's all it is. You gotta find you in Arizona. Somebody that ain't too far here and ain't too far there, and it still allow you to be you.
The bitch in Arizona will show up without needing to, though. Like, if you dated somebody in Arizona and you break up with that bitch, why you break up? I see you in that nigga. I see you in there. She done jumped the fence. I know you ain't got no dog, and that cat, I ain't scared of that motherfucker. Meow, meow, nigga.
You know what I'm talking about.
I'm scared of that, man. She sent her hood ass brothers over here. That nigga gave me the crabs. I didn't do it, Jamarquez. I didn't do it. Come out the house, nigga. Come out, nigga. I don't need that. Because I date chicks that's hood. I have no idea why I'm like attracted to a hood bitch, a broken home bitch, a fucked up life bitch. Her shit done went wrong. Every day it's a fucking problem. Shit went wrong. That's who I date. I don't know why. I just attract that bitch. Slip rock.
That's the shit on your hands. Wash your hands, man. Just wash your hands.
I'm gonna finish your analogy. You tell me if it's good or not. You said you got shit on your hand. Agree. Let me finish it a little bit. There's a trough of shit. And a lot of niggas are in that trough of shit, men and women. And the reason they got shit on their hands is because they digging through it because somebody told them it's a diamond in there. The reason why we keep our baggage and shit on our hands, because we're afraid if we get out of the trough and clean our hands, somebody else gonna find that diamond. Most of us carry and date people we don't even like because we have abandonment issues. We think that somebody else is gonna get our diamond. So we don't want to be alone. Many black people don't like to be in relationships, but they don't like to be alone. I'm one of them. I don't want you living with me, but I want to have pussy when I ask for it. That don't work. You can't say I want to be in a real relationship when technically you just don't want to be by yourself. So you'll deal with a bitch you know ain't somebody you like. There's not somebody you're going to find a future with. But what you saying is, like you said, with the shit on my hands, I got to keep digging through this shit because as soon as I get out and wash my hand a little bit and come back, it's going to be gone. So I figure if I keep this, I got to keep this bitch beside me because if I don't find the bitch I really want, at least I won't be alone.
Yeah. So I guess, is it a thing then to say we have to realize that diamonds, or that one diamond may not just be in that trough of shit, but could actually be somewhere else? Could I possibly say, yeah, there may be a diamond in this trough of shit, but I at least want to try to look over here in this trough of
because once you put it, it's like what happened with kids. Remember, once we put a toy down to go look for another one, we come back, somebody else got it, they playing with it and they enjoyed it. That story that I was letting my daughters them listen to, the story about Alexander Hamilton. The oldest sister met Alexander Hamilton, but because back then she was supposed to be the dad only had daughters. So your oldest daughter needs to marry money, or your family legacy is fucked up, and especially if you broke. So he told the oldest daughter, her burden was, you must marry money. She met Alexander Hamilton first. Alexander Hamilton was in love with her. She told him, I can't fuck with you, you broke. Alexander Hamilton ended up marrying her sister. The rest is history. We don't know who that older sister met or dated, because she fucked with the wrong dude. She didn't fuck with the broke dude, but the broke dude ended up being Alexander Hamilton. Now, dumb enough to get shot in a duel. So, I mean, I don't know. And he cheated. I didn't know that story. Alexander Hamilton was on the road. He would get it cheated on. But the point is, that bitch didn't marry nobody. Your nigga is not in the motherfucking history books. Yeah. So it's like we're afraid that if we put the toy down and turn and look for some other ones, some other kid is going to come by and be like, ooh, and they're going to take it. I'm afraid that if I don't look, the woman that you're with, most men know, may not be everything you want, but it was something that attracted you. Like, say, well, she ain't that pretty, but she got a huge ass. Okay. Well, if you notice her ass, you know, if you say, well, I should go look for somebody else, it's some nigga gonna be like, I think she kind of cute. And look at that ass. And you're gonna be like, yeah, I missed that ass. That ass was nice. But it's gone now. So out of selfishness, what we'll do is drag that woman with the fat ass along, that woman with the big titties along, that woman with the good job along. And we'll drag all these bitches along because we can't get one woman with all them traits. So we just get all them traits. And we're afraid that if it's one we let go, that's going to be the one that blossoms into everything we want. So we're selfish. So we drag people around.
And at the end of the day, I got to ask you then, what is truly the most important thing? What is, if you can take those different aspects and say, well, what's the most important to me? Because I know I can't have it all. Then that's how you make that decision. You make that choice. It's just like saying, well, what do I want to eat today? It's like you get all of these different things you could possibly eat, but you know you can only have this one meal at this particular time. So I'm going to say, well, based on what I like, based on what I want, and the things that I like to eat, I'm going to eat this. And even though this other stuff could be good too, and it's good at different times, this is what is most important to me. This is what I truly want right now. And if you can take that mentality, that concept, and apply it towards your relationship, yeah, there's always some bigger titties. There's always a fatter ass. And even for women, it's always a bigger dick, and it's always a nigga with a little bit more money.
I don't know if you're making fairy tales now, but go ahead, finish your story. I mean, if you want to go down that route, no. Making up shit.
It always is. But at the end of the day, you have to realize what is the most important thing to you. And you have to take that and say, well, this is the most important thing. And this is what I'm going to use to govern my decisions. That's what you have to do. Because when you don't, you still take something that's foolish or something that's less meaningful, and you do the same thing anyway. Because if it's all about just saying, I just want to fuck bitches, that makes me feel good at the moment, and it makes me feel good right then and there. So that's all I want to do right now. But afterwards, I feel empty, and it's like the high is over, and I'm feeling bad about myself. I'm not happy with myself, and I want to do better. So you have to be able to trade that in eventually to say, well, this is what I'm going after. This is what is going to govern me to make the decisions that I make, and stick with it. Because just having meaningless sex is your governor right now, even though you don't want to admit it. It is. Fat ass, big titties, that thrill, that right now fucking, that is your governor. And that's the things you're making decisions about is based on that right there in itself. So when you can change that governor, then you can go to a different speed. You can go to a different level because you've changed your government.
Okay, so I'll give you let's throw myself into the hat and let's see if the guru can help the whore.
Yes.
Here we go. I have a young lady, but the young lady is a young lady. I have two major fears about the young lady. You tell me if there's ways I can get over it. One, I'm scared she's gonna be fat than a motherfucker. I'm just scared she's gonna get fat. Okay. But two, I'm afraid that because that I may want something serious that she's not ready for. How do you get over those humps? Because you can't just ask somebody, do you want something serious? Because you know what they're going to say? Yup. 9 times out of 10, whatever you say, because if there's something you have and they want it, they're just going to agree with you. They're not going to tell you, well, actually, no, I'm just doing this for the moment until I get my shit together and then I'm going to be somewhere else. So those are two fears. And me being a man who I have a legacy and a name that I don't want to ruin by fucking with the wrong person, because I'm not like just a person who could fuck with the wrong person. It goes south and nothing happens. It's just you have a broken heart and you move on.
Yep.
I have too many consequences if it goes wrong. What should I do?
Yeah. How old is she?
She's 20.
Does she have good eating habits and a good workout regimen right now?
She don't work out like that.
Okay.
And so she eat because it's good. And food is good. And she's eating food. But, you know, she got like a bit of genetics that's keeping it in to an extent.
Yep.
But I judge things like a car. Like if you got a car and it's a 2015, but it's got 40,000, excuse me, it's 2017. If you have a 2016, but it's got 40,000 miles, that motherfucker been driven a lot. It's still only got 40,000 miles, but for it being only 1 year, that's a lot of miles. I've dated fitness women who were in there. And I know it's something that's easy to change, because if you can just teach the young person, be like, work out. And if they did it, they snap like that because they have the metabolism to do it. But it's a difference between metabolism and mentality. If you got somebody who's just lazy, they just lazy.
So that's what. So I'm about to ask the next question. Have you seen her mama?
I haven't seen that. That's one of the things I want to see, because I want to know. I want to see the mama, the aunts, because them motherfuckers is big. Because black women will always tell you, young, I'll never get fat. Bitch, your mama said that. So I remember I was talking to my daughters. They said, I never get fat. And one of them, I told them, I said, you know your mama fat now. Like your mama used to be fine. She fat. And she laughed. I said, your genetics. So yeah. Because when I met her mama was fine. I don't know what the fuck happened. I guess she had that second one and got old. I went to that, what was that? She wasn't even that fat and we went to go get a DNA test. I guess because she just had a baby. But God, dog, I was like, but I never take no pictures of you. People gonna be like, you fucked her. I'm be like, I'm gonna have to show the old pictures. I'm gonna have to go, you know, this ain't what she, when I did it, she didn't look like this. And I don't want no fat ass bitch, and we have a kid, and my son be looking at me, because you know, as a son, you still love your mama, but you're gonna look at your dad and be like, the mama fat than a motherfucker. And I don't want, you know, because as men, we are very honest. Think about it. As men, we are very honest, are we not? Even if we married to a bitch, we are honest about what our bitch looks like. Women will sit there and lie. Women will be with a motherfucker and be like, he got a good personality. Bitch, he looked like the bottom of my shoe though. Like, stop trying to talk around that. Men, we don't try to sell you our wife on, but she can cook. They be like,
there you go. So you got to take that mama and you got to see, and hopefully her mama is 30 years, at least 30 years older than she is. And you can say, well,
me and her mama used to go to high school together, but that's a different story. Me and her mama used to play hide, go get it. They're like,
so there you go. That's what you gotta, but I'm saying you gotta look at your laws of averages and say, okay, well, this is what her mama looks like. And you talking 20 years from now, if her mama's 40 and she 20, then you say this 20 years is gonna be there. Now also, them 20 years gonna put you at 60.
Right.
So how important is that gonna be to you then?
No, that's what I said. I only want, look, I'm at the age where, look, here's what I honestly think. I'm at the age where if you can give me 15 years of fine, I ain't gonna be trying to fuck you in 15 years anyway. I ain't want to see that shit. I'm good. I ain't gonna be trying to do it like that. So I just give me 15 good years of me in the public eye and you look good. then you can eat all kind of Haagen-Dazs, bitch. Just have at it. Just give me enough time to where we can build our nest egg to where we can have retirement money. That's all I want. Retirement money and legacy money. Because I can't get that with a fat bitch. People gonna look weird. They're gonna look at me weird. You talked all that shit about fat bitches, and now you got a fat bitch. You talk to my husband like that.
She be holding her by her head to my
right. When you walking on the beach with your fat ass wife and she walking like this in slow motion while everybody moving fast. That bitch so fast she throwing tires on everybody's car and shit. She like the Michelin bitch.
Hey man, some people that like a chick that look like she's sneaking up on you the way that she walk. So you never know.
But like serious, like
she walking or she's sneaking up on me.
But I do like seriously. I just want, and the thing is, I know age doesn't matter when it comes to being settled because I know a lot of the girls that I knew in college, them bitches got married and like they got married and they still with their husband or whatnot. Like it's a mentality because there's a lot of niggas in their 40s, 50s, and 60s who still at the club talking about me a little young tender. That's what they do. It don't change. My daddy was fucking around to the day he died.
Yep. So it's like you got this you can see that's something that you can measure that. You can see that. You can gauge that based on what her mama look like, based on what her aunties may look. You can see that. So I can see some family pictures. The second part to that
she said she won't show me none.
She don't want to show you.
She said no. She said I can tell all them bitches is fat. Like, look, it is what it is. You just look. Right. Here's the thing: if they fat, but you know how to stop it, it's like if yo. Then do it if you know it's coming too. That's the funny thing about it. If you know it's coming, because I mean, there's one girl I dated, and she had a sister was 2 years older than her, and her sister, we was at a coffee shop, and I turned around, and her sister came in the door,
sneaking up on you.
And I said,
but that's what I'm saying.
I literally broke up with her because I met her sister. I met her mom. Everybody in her family was fat, though, and she wasn't fat. But the thing was like she didn't believe in really working out like that. She was just a vegan. That shit don't work either.
Exactly.
Because you slim, but everything is all mushy and shit. And then
it is though.
Yeah, you just basically saying I'm too lazy to work out and tone it up. I just will sit up here and eat bird food, but my genetics is still fat than the son of a bitch. So it was still work. And I like to eat, bitch.
Baby, it's gonna happen.
Right.
There you go.
Because I was like,
that baby comes
I remember she kept saying, I work out 5 times a week, but she was just mushy. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I know you don't work out because I know a fat ass bitch was 350 pounds. She went down to 130 because she worked the fuck out and she is toned up. She ain't just walking around soft as fuck like that. Now it feels great because you 22. It felt great. It feel good to mush it because it still got the elasticity of being 22 with no damn kids. Like you said, right. I knew as soon as I got that bitch pregnant.
Yep.
Because she didn't give a fuck like that.
So you already know. You already know what the laws of averages are going to predict for you then on that front there. So
but look at what everybody else is saying though. But look at what they're saying. That's shallow. So I should not give a shit. But then okay, imagine if I don't give a shit.
Preference.
Right. But imagine if I don't give a shit like they're saying. And I just say, fuck it, I don't care if she gets fat. Now I get a baby and left and half my money goes to this fat bitch. That'll be the worst shit ever. I'm in divorce court with a fat ass bitch talking about she won't have and her lawyers, Ben and Jerry.
He said Ben and Jerry.
The law firm of Ben and Jerry. I'm there with this bitch.
Hell no, he said Ben and Jerry.
You know how bad I feel? They got that shit on media takeout and gossip. All that with me, this fat ass bitch done got half. It's the same way as how what's her name? With that gay ass nigga divorced her and she got to pay him child support and dumb shit. Like I don't want that to happen.
That ain't gonna happen because you're gonna get a marital contract when you get married.
These hoes know how to get around that contract.
No. Not no marital contract. Marital contract clearly states what happens if you have kids and if you get a divorce for whatever reason.
First off, next year I'm hiring Ray Caruth. Soon as he got out of jail, I told you I'm gonna be right there in North Carolina with a sign that say, I love you, Ray Caruth. Free Ray Caruth. Ray Caruth is a national hero. I'm telling you, I'm gonna offend the shit out of bitches. You think I'm lying? Next year when he get out of jail, I'm gonna be right there with a big ass sign.
You gonna throw him a welcome home?
I'm gonna throw him a welcome home party. I'm gonna give him a job. I'm gonna get this nigga stability. I might let him move in security. The one thing I know Ray Caruth do, if a bitch get pregnant, he'll kill him. He won't stop nobody from coming in the house or breaking in the house. But if they get pregnant,
say, look here, bitch. You can steal, you can lie, you can do whatever. But if you get pregnant, see that nigga over there sitting on that couch.
You know what I'm saying?
Go come see you.
They better hope they don't let Scott Peterson out on motherfucking parole, because I'm hiring him too. OJ, you need a job? Come on,
OJ.
I'm hiring all the motherfucking Ray Rice. I'm gonna give Ray Rice a job. He went back to his wife though, so his ass beating days might be over. I don't know. I'm gonna have to thoroughly investigate him and see if he's still knocking bitches out in elevators.
He gonna still give it to her. They just ain't gonna do it with no cameras on. That's all.
He got an elevator. Ray Rice.
Next time you gonna see another video. It's gonna be like this.
Ray Rice up there. He got in the elevator with his wife. She said, "I thought we was going up." He said, "No, I'm going up. You going down."
Yep, they're gonna start seeing a bunch of videos of Ray Rice almost about to hit. He almost did it. Then he just pointed his finger at her.
Yeah, I know they got some cameras in this bitch somewhere. This shit don't look private.
Yep. You gonna say,
somebody said vegan stink. You know what? Vegans do smell weird. They do smell weird. I need a bitch to eat a couple steaks. You know, just because I want to eat a steak and I don't want a bitch. I'm taking you to a restaurant. You looking at me talking about for shame. I don't need that. Don't make me feel bad. Look, I go through detox days. There's time where I won't eat steak in 6-8 months. You got to clear your fucking shit out. I know that. But every now and again, I want to eat a steak. Now, I don't want no bitches sitting there eating grass all day. We couldn't go to no restaurant. We go to a nice restaurant. She said, I'll have the water. I said, what kind of shit is this? You ordered water? And she went, I was like, where are we going to go eat? And you couldn't eat nowhere. I said, this is fucked up because I'm going to keep eating, bitch. You're going to have to watch me eat these crab legs. Fuck you. When a motherfucker tell you they can't have a smoothie, she was like, I can't have a smoothie. I said, you can't have a smoothie? She said, no.
That's crazy.
It's got what? Something in it, soy. Now, I don't fuck with soy because it give a nigga titties. I think that's why when I had went vegan for a little while, I kept having soy. That's why I look like Dr. Conrad Murray. I was like, I'm eating right, but I'm in my second trimester and shit. What's happening? Got a little Joey in my pouch and shit. I go to the beach. That little nigga will pop out. We at the beach again. Get back in. Don't want nobody to know.
Oh my goodness.
So I look at relationships amongst black though, and if you listen to how convoluted what I'm looking for, which it lets you know I don't really know. I don't know what I'm doing. I think the majority of us don't.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I believe that and that's what I was saying before, we got to be willing to tear this thing down and build something different. At the end of the day, it's like, I don't have all the answers, but I do know that what we're doing now, it's not working. And it's not working because it's been so it's been set up to fail, and we just allowed it and just let it fall apart and just let it fall apart and let it fall apart and just still trying to say, well, it's all right though. And it's not. We have to just say, this is it. Let's start and do something different, and let's change the way that we relate to each other at the end of the day. Wow. That's why we doing what we doing right now. We changing the world. Who in the whore.
Right. One show at a time, and we'll do this one. I think maybe we'll do another show next week, but we'll try to do more answering phone calls because I keep y'all motherfuckers up late, and I don't mean to do this shit. But now that the girls are here, it's worse. Yeah. Because I have to. Let me tell y'all something. All y'all out there, y'all single parents, I commend y'all hoes for doing that shit. I need to hire fucking.
He said, I commend y'all
a bitch for not killing their kids. I commend y'all. They was in the pool today, and I said, man, if I just wouldn't put my foot on their head, nobody would know. Nobody would know. Then that bitch came out there from that Michael Douglas movie. She said, I'll never tell.
So you want to remember that old James Bond movie where they had the thing that went over the pool?
Right. I just pressed the button. What is it? Oh! I can excuse that when the police come. I thought they were upstairs. I called for them.
I didn't know I couldn't do that.
Yeah, I fucked around though. My security camera catch my ass up there saying, I'm going to press this button. Fuck! Forgot the cameras.
So pushing the button and giggling.
Yeah. Like that woman told her kids, that bitch said, she set the house on fire. The kids woke up because she tried to burn them up because she was mad that her husband was trying to get custody. So she burned them up. That white bitch set the house on fire. The kids they came to tell her, what should we do? She said, go in the room and wait for your mama. This is fucked up. First off, I'm not laughing at what happened. But damn it, them motherfuckers listened. They went in the room. They're like they were Brandy, just sitting up in their room, just waiting. Burn up. Only one of them was smart enough. The oldest one said, fuck this shit. He was up in there like Nelly. It's getting hot in here. He left. That's the only way they found out. When she got the fuck out, when he got out, he said, that bitch right there, she told us to go in the room. Like that motherfucker had a fireproof barrier in it. Like it was the panic room. He figured it out quick, but he couldn't get the rest of them out. And I'm just sitting here thinking, no, seriously though, like single parents need to tell their children how difficult it is to be that so they wouldn't want to be that. And I think that's another problem in the Black community. We don't tell people being single at fucking 50 and 60 is stupid. Being on Plenty of Fish, up there dating, it's you and 8 other niggas.
Right.
Think about it. How many motherfuckers is it on Plenty of Fish in their 70s? When you on there, who are you? It's just you and the same 4 bitches.
Like, yep.
Like
then when one ain't logged on in a few months,
she dead.
I done sent Max 5 pokes and he ain't responded to man one of them. He dead.
I wonder what happened to Bertrice. She ain't responding. Maybelline has not said anything to me in 3 days. So I think
you get a message and they say, yep, this is Gertrude's granddaughter. We want to let you know Gertrude died. You don't send her no more what's up messages.
Right. Somebody said even dating in your 40s is play that. Yes, I don't like dating. That shit is stupid. It's the same old fucking thing over and over again. It just keeps repeating itself. This cycle is dumb. But it seems like we as Black people got on the hamster wheel and we don't know when to get off. The cycle of bullshit is the hamster wheel. The shit that you said that's on our hand. We've had this shit on our hands so long that, as the Febreze commercial say, we've gone nose blind. Our taste buds. If you gave us food now without the shit, I don't know if you've ever went on a health kick, but you ever notice when you get on a health kick and you remove meat from your diet, that when you start smelling people cooking meat, it smell nasty?
Mm-hmm.
The more you eat right, the more shit with sugar in it and stuff like that tastes bad. I think that we had shit on our hands and in our lives and dysfunction in our lives so long that we are comforted by it. It's like our blanket and we're the Linus.
Yeah.
We seek it.
Yep. I agree 100%. And it's like, I think that we just need to start with simple shit, man. Like birth control. Just little things like that just keep our young people from making the same mistakes that we've seen others made and we've made ourselves. Just those little things like that. That's where you start telling kids that you don't want to be a baby mama. You want to be a wife first.
Yep.
You want to get yourself a career so that you're not dependent upon this person or that person. Get yourself a job, get yourself your own business, whatever you're going to do. That's what you want to set yourself up to where you can take care of yourself so that you can be an enhancement to somebody's life instead of a liability or being a drain on somebody's life. You know what I'm saying? Where somebody got to take care of you, or you in a position where you got to hustle your pussy for somebody to take care of you, or you got to
be in court once a damn week. Or you got to be in court once a week trying to beg a nigga to pay child support because he don't want to because he can't stand you.
Right.
Or you be like that damn woman that worked for you see that NBC woman? She was an executive for NBC. She got a divorce and her husband didn't want the divorce to happen. It was a nasty divorce. He killed their 7-year-old daughter, smothered her to death, walked out of the room. The nanny said she came and saw this nigga walk out the room with blood on him. She asked, "Where's Gabrielle?" That was the little girl's name. He said, "Oh, she in that sleep." And he walked out.
Wow.
This is another thing that I'm scared of. I know I deal with crazy bitches. I'm afraid I'm gonna get one of these bitches that don't like the joke I made, or I went out of town and maybe she couldn't contact me that night because I was asleep or whatever. And I come home and this nutty ass bitch, because she came from a nutty ass background, like that nutty ass mama that beat her damn kid and beat her up. Them bitches are who we dating right now. They mama beat them like this. They mama got them molested and shit. And now they old enough to date and they got their problems, and they'll act like the problems don't bother them until they get cool enough with you to where they start making demands. Like almost every girl I've dated, they act like they don't have no problem with shit until they feel like they're entrenched in the relationship. Now they're making demands that they used to didn't have a problem with.
And I think that's because our women, especially in our culture, they don't know how to carry themselves in a relationship. They don't know how to be a good girlfriend or to be a good wife. They don't know how to be good mothers because they don't have a blueprint. They weren't taught that. And a lot of that stuff got to be handed down. A lot of the things that we do that's dysfunctional, it's handed down.
Yes.
So why would you not think that good things that we should be doing aren't supposed to be handed down too? And what that means for us as men and women, there may be some women you may not be able to just make into that woman that's going to look like you or be where you from. They may have to be from someplace else. And you may have to take that option so that you can begin to build some type of tradition. Get you a traditional woman so that you can build tradition, even though you're not traditional. So you have somebody that can complement that. You have somebody who knows how to start a tradition and knows how to carry it on and pour that into the children, even though you may not be able to do it well because you came from a background where you didn't do those type of things. You know, like I even heard you say before, you talked about like just being affectionate and those type of things with your daughters because it wasn't something that you had. Then now you're trying to do that. So get you somebody that is that, so that they can help you be better at doing it and they can pass it on and they can create that tradition of doing that.
Well, that's what I said last night. I'll date a fucked up girl with a fucked up past and a fucked up life. I'll do that. As long as she knows it's fucked up. As long as she says, like today, I was in there in the kitchen. I went off on my daughters because I was like, y'all need to be quiet. I'm trying to work. And I walked in to get me some Jack Daniels. No, I went to get me some water, but but when I went in there, the oldest one gets up and just comes and hugs me for no reason. She does this all the time. She's 11. I went to go check on them last night to see if they were asleep. I went in there and they're just bonding almost every day. Every day they're bonding. Mm-hmm. So I go in there and they sleep, but the oldest one heard me come in the door. I said, "What y'all doing?" And they was watching Suicide Squad, but the Suicide Squad was watching them. And she jumps up out of the little pallet they made on the floor and jumps in my arms and says, "I want some water." Now she big and I'm old. So I'm carrying this damn child down these steps. I'm telling you what I was thinking is we're going to go head over heels like motherfuckers. I mean, I just kept thinking, we about to go down these stairs. You too big for this shit. And she was just You know when you in that good sleep when your parents pick you up when you was in the car when you was little because the car put you to sleep and you was like, yep. I'm up, but if I play sleep, that motherfucker got to carry me. I used to do that. She done put the dead weight on a nigga. So I'm carrying this little girl down the steps, and I was like, she's has something I didn't have, and I'm gonna give it to her as long as I can. Because even though I don't know how to be affectionate, she's kind of teaching me because I'm willing to do it. I don't know how to do it, and it feels odd. Even when she hugged me today, when she did it today, I almost did like my mom does when you try to hug her. She pushes you off. But I found out from my stepdad said, do you know when you guys would sleep, she would go in there and kiss y'all on the forehead and rub on you? So she didn't have the affection, I guess, that she needed when she was growing up. So she didn't really know how to do it, but she wanted to have it. So she would treat us like babies when we're asleep, but talk to us like niggas she wanted to fight when we were up. And when he said that to him, I was like, I never knew this. So I don't want my daughter to feel that. But when she hugged me, I almost did what my mom did. I was like, I got to go to work. I almost did that. Out of natural reaction, which goes back to what you said. We're passing down fucked up traits. So I'll deal with a girl who has a fucked up trait because I probably need me a woman who was a hoe, probably sold a little bit of pussy to get some gas every now and again, just to fill up a tank. Nigga, I sucked a couple of dicks. I probably shouldn't, but that was last week. I'm a reformed bitch now. I could deal with that bitch. If she understands where she was versus where she wants to be, I can build with somebody because remember what you said 10 years ago, where was I? It wasn't here.
Right.
I did not change where I am until I changed what I wanted. And now I've changed what I wanted. But the difference between where I am financially and even where I am as a parent, I can directly affect the change because it only includes me. Like if I want to get buff today, it only includes me. I got to go and fight them ways. I don't depend on someone else. A relationship, you can do everything right and get everything wrong out of it. Because that other person, you got to convince them to walk the same path you're walking, to walk the same speed you're walking, to want to go to the same place you're going. And that's difficult as fuck. You remember what that game we had when me and you were growing up? Contra. Contra was fun to play when you knew that code to get them 30 lives for free. And then you had a homeboy who he didn't want the barrel that you had. I want that gun with the circle shit. I want the one that spray. Y'all always had a good time playing, didn't you? But that nigga that always jumped in front of you to get the box that you wanted because he wanted the same gun you had, the son of a bitch, it wasn't fun. You just start shooting him, you bastard. That's what relationships are. Relationships are we both trying to get the same damn gun, not because we want that goal, but we trying to get it from somebody else. We don't want you to have it. Dude dating a girl and his girl didn't really have a job when they met, but she does want to finish school and then become a doctor, but he wants her to be dependent on him for the rest of his life. So he's offended that she wants a life because his fear is if she's not dependent upon me, she's going to leave me. Woman does the same thing. Woman doesn't even want her man to get off the couch playing Madden and shit while she works because she's afraid if he get a job, he'll be more of a man, he'll get more confidence, and he'll realize I'm with a fat bitch. I can do better than this. Because think about how many men have done that. They've had women help them build their lives up. That nigga gets somewhere, and he realized I can do better than you. How many dudes did? Go ahead. I know dude that got his girl ass implant, butt implant, made her into a fine woman. She left his ass.
That's true. And what I'm saying is this. If you get somebody, or if you have greater odds of success if you can find somebody that's not necessarily from where you from. At the end of the day, because you have to be willing to at least entertain that. Not saying that that's where your answer is and that's where you're going to find your one, but you have to find somebody that just may not be as into the hood shit that you were in and that you were so accustomed to and used to, even though it may seem like a clash. You don't want to find somebody who's a complete opposite, but maybe somebody who's not as deep into it as you are or as you were, to the point to where you can say, well, this person is at least different enough to where they will challenge me to be better. Because your daughters that you have, they not gonna be exposed to the same things that you were exposed to, because you are hell bent on making sure that they're gonna be better than what you were. And that's the same thing with picking a mate, with picking a woman or finding a woman. Find somebody who may not have what you have, but may be better in a lot of areas than what you better than. And that is the challenge. That's where the work is, in trying to find that type of person that can actually complement you, as opposed to just being that person that's just familiar to you. Well, I know this, so I can deal with this until I don't want to deal with it no more. Find somebody that can complement you.
Well, and I don't want somebody that's just like me. Like, if they had a fucked up past, I said I could manage that, but they have to want to build something. But yes. I need someone that's different than me, because, like, okay, if you had a drug addiction, but you know it's bad and you try to get sober, you can't be with a bitch that has a drug addiction. She's going to drag you back into that shit. And many of us do that. We will have in our minds, what is that? Tombstone, one of my favorite movies. Mm-hmm. Doc Holliday finally realized, and it was only because he was dying of tuberculosis. He still was trying to party and drink and smoke. And he had this, they call it Big Nose Kate. That was his girlfriend, his whore. She was a whore, but he loved her anyway. Like, he could have had any woman, but he wanted a whore. And he was okay with it. But towards the end of the movie, when he was coughing up blood, he told Big Nose Kate after the doctor left. Soon as the doctor left, Big Nose Kate was trying to fuck him. Right when she heard the doctor say, you can't just be fucking like that because you too frail, and you got to stop the smoking and drinking. Soon as the doctor left, she brought him a flask of alcohol, a cigarette, and straddled him and said, he don't know what he talking about. And he was like, I'm afraid we'll have to change the course of our relationship.
Yep.
And she was like, no, we don't. And he finally ended up, she had to leave him on his deathbed when he finally was no use to her, because she didn't give a shit about him. She gave a shit about the life, and she wanted to live the life, and he was her inroad to the life. And that's what scares me, that I'm going to date a woman who I'm just her escape from the bullshit she's dealing with. Like, you barely can afford to eat. You fuck with me, now you getting nice meals, but then you get used to it. And what happens? Then if I have to say, we got to cut back on some of this shit, because I'm the only one making the money anyway, and shit's going different. We'll have to cut back on this shit. But she going to be like, nah, I got a big enough ass. I can go get somebody else. I'm good on that. Because here's the thought process. If I can get one nigga with money, I can get two. Common sense is you should think that way. If I can get one woman with a fat ass, I knew this a long time ago. If I can get one woman with a fat ass, I can get two. I had 4 of them at once at the same time. So it's not difficult. If you can do something once, you should be able to replicate it. That's what life should be. But when it comes to emotions, you would hope that you're not trying to replicate it with everybody else. So, there's a difference between these 4 bitches with the fat ass and one that I like. And the other ones are just bitches with fat ass. I can't replicate that. That's harder to replicate.
Okay.
My fear is that we as Black people, we don't value each other so much that we're going to treat each other like how Doc Holliday's girl treated him. That we're actually like to see people struggle and go through bullshit like that. That we actually like. I've seen girls love their man to be a thug. And when he decides he wants to stop thugging, the bitch left. When he said, we got a baby. I want a better life for us. We've become parents. We can't be out in the street doing the shit we're doing. The bitch left. I'm afraid of we're going this way and then we'll do this, because life should be lived in stages. Relationships should be stages. Yeah, it's fun for us to bring these hoes in to come in and have threesomes with us and shit like that. And then we move on to another stage of our life. Let's move on to another stage. But a lot of people are stuck. Why do you think you got so many 40-year-old bitches out there competing with their 20-year-old daughters? They don't want to be where they are. They don't want to change the stage of life where they're in. Why do you think they love saying that me and my daughter look like sisters? Because they want to relive their past. They don't want to be where they are. Why do you think so many women say, don't be bringing no kid. I ain't ready to be no grandma. I want to live my own life. Well, then why the fuck did you have me? We have too many people in the Black community that don't want to live their lives in stages. We want to be Peter Pan. We want to be perpetually young. Every time I say I'm an old man, what's the first thing motherfuckers say? You ain't old. Why would you stop me from embracing where I'm going to anyway? It ain't like I got 40 years for that shit to happen. I don't understand that. If I only got $1,000 in the bank, why tell me I ain't broke when I say I'm broke? Why not embrace the fact that at least I have 1,000 and I can start saving because I know it won't last because I've only got to 1,000. We don't talk to people that way. We don't tell each other that as Black people. We don't say, bruh, your wife took you back after you cheated. Instead of believing you got a perpetual past to cheat, maybe you should work on not cheating.
If you go to your hood where you grew up at, or I know if I go to my hood right now, the same type of niggas is still doing the same type of shit. They are. No matter what, and I may not know half of them, or I may know still just a few of them, but the same niggas are doing the same shit. It's just that's just where they are because it's all that they know and all they've been exposed to. Now, there's a handful, and it's a very small percentage of those that will go a different way. But in general, the same niggas will do the same things that they've been exposed to, and they'll continue to be that product of that environment. They'll continue to be that cookie cutter, just classic hood dude. It's the same thing with women. If you gonna be with a woman that has not been exposed to other things in life and of this world, then you are all but guaranteeing the fact that she's gonna still do and react the same way to when you do make that transition. You have to be willing, and you have to put yourself in a situation where you making yourself uncomfortable because you going into something that's foreign or something that you're not used to. You have to be willing to do that so that you can get a different reaction and get a different breed of woman that you're dealing with. That's what you have to do, because I agree with you 100%. You try to get some reformed hood chick that's gonna grow and build with you. She's gonna do the same exact thing that you talking about. She ain't gonna be with it. She's just not. And I believe that's just, and it's not a thing that's just she's purposely doing it. It's learned behavior.
Yep.
It's hard for somebody to be 40 who ain't learned or don't know nothing but this ghetto hood life to change. It's not that it won't happen, but it's such a small percentage that it ain't no point in betting on it.
Yeah.
Why play the lottery with that when you only can buy one ticket?
Why try to ice skate? Why try to ice skate uphill?
Yeah. So it's like, why do that? You got to be willing, even though it's going to be uncomfortable for you, change the type of woman that you are used to dealing with to try to get something better than what you know you got right over here.
That's the uncomfortable part of it, though. If you used to dealing with hoes, here's what happens. Stockholm syndrome is you got comfortable with shit even when it was fucked up.
Yep.
A lot of people will get on these dating sites, and the dating sites aren't successful, but they'll stay on it. Why? Because it's comfortable for them. They at least know they can every now and again get some pussy off of it, even though it'll be pussy and you'll go to something else. There's no success, but you will keep doing it instead of trying something different, because you'll try something different for like a second. It's like what they say about boxers. You can teach a left-handed person to box right-handed, and they'll do it for a minute until they get, and as soon as they get hit, what will they do? Switch right back to what's comfortable. Yep. Now they're a left-handed fighter. And you have to understand that that's what happens with a lot of us in relationships. Even when we try something different, at the first sign of something going wrong, we revert back to what we know.
Yes.
So you're right.
Yes, absolutely. And like I said, and I tell people, it's hard to change. But when you get to the point to where you want something that's better than what you had, even though you don't have a plan for it, sometimes you just got to change and do something different to try to get something that you ain't never had before. You just got to say, fuck it. I don't know where this is going to lead me or where this is going to take me, but I know that I don't want to keep doing what I'm doing now. So let me just try something different or a different environment. Expose yourself to different things. I remember one time we were talking about traveling and how so many people just like don't travel. They don't go nowhere and all they know is they hood. And it's like, you have to be willing to say, well, if I live in the projects and I ain't never been nowhere, do I need to just book a ticket and go to Rome? No, but at least go to the next city over. Go downtown if you ain't never been there. Go somewhere you ain't never been before just to experience that, as opposed to just saying, well, until I get this ticket to Rome, until I get enough money to go to Rome, I guess I ain't gonna go nowhere. Start trying something different just to go somewhere small, and then you can broaden your horizons. Start out with one stamp in your passport, and before you know it, you'll have 20.
That's all I'm saying. So it seems like even when we broaden our horizons as Black people, I'm not trying to be funny, but it seems like the broader our horizons are, the less we'll like people who look like us. When you start traveling, you see less and less Black folks.
Yes, indeed.
Women get mad when these athletes, they say they get them some money and they get them a white chick. Don't you understand that when they go to them company functions and those business functions and shit like that, guess who they're not seeing there? Black folks. They're seeing the people who own those companies and people who own those companies' daughters. Everywhere I travel when I'm in LA, all the times I was doing business, there were very few Black women. I had to seek out areas to find Black women. Right now, the only place I really get to see Black women is if I get online and try to date them online. Because when I go somewhere around here in Phoenix, guess what I don't see? Black women. When I go to the airport, when I'm traveling somewhere, guess what I don't see? Black chicks. But I'll be in the first class seat sitting beside some white girl who's, I'm going to so-and-so, and I'm by myself, and I'm just doing the trip. I don't see no Black chicks flying themselves anywhere. The only time Black chicks going somewhere is when them bitches done got together to go to Vegas, or them bitches done got together to go to Negril.
Or it's All-Star Weekend. All-Star Weekend.
They chasing after some athletes. You can't do it. When I've been on Tinder, every white chick got pictures of them on vacation, on the mountain, fucking hiking and shit. All the Black chicks just got pictures of them with pounds of makeup and drawn on eyebrows and laying in their bed and in front of their mirror. You don't ever see them go no motherfucking where. Look on your Instagram right now. Look at the Black chicks. They just in the club. They just on the street. They just somewhere, but you don't see them out hiking. You'll see a bitch in some workout clothes with a face full of makeup, so you know that bitch didn't work out at all. And she don't have a body that look like she been working out. But we don't, the dudes. What do you see the dudes? Bag of money. Doing some shit like this. The niggas never, you don't see the nigga traveling. Matter of fact, every time they see me going somewhere, what do you hear Black folks saying in the comment section? This nigga always going somewhere.
Always going somewhere. Yep.
Like it's a problem. But what should I do? Do you understand the reason why I started bringing my camera and filming everywhere I went was because I wanted to encourage more Black people to say, that shit look fun.
Yes.
But do you know who encouraged me to travel? It wasn't a Black person. It was a white person. Dude, you got to fucking go there, man. When I drove across the country the first time, you know why I did it? Because a friend of mine hit a golf ball across the country. This motherfucker hit a golf ball all the way. Him and his homeboys. The other white boys.
Wow.
Started in California, hit that golf ball all the way to Georgia and filmed it. You couldn't get no nigga to go with you and do that. The only thing we do is that we were going to fuck everybody across the country. Nigga, we're going to go fuck all these hoes across the country. I'm doing it.
Man, I'm doing
it. I'm going to leave my wife. I'm riding with your boy.
I work that shit out when I get back. YOLO, you only live once.
You only live once, bitch. I'm out. So, and I noticed that
makes sense, man.
But I well, I just want to say, when I used to when I was in Atlanta, I used to throw these parties every Sunday because I love football and I love hosting people. Like that's my shit. Like right now, I wish I knew enough people in Arizona and I wasn't scared the motherfuckers gonna rob me. I'd host the shit out of stuff in my backyard. I'd cook for motherfuckers. I would do this. I love doing that. I love entertaining people. And I want a bitch who like entertaining people too. So we could be that couple that entertain people and do shit. I want to do that. One, it's hard to find a Black bitch that's that damn friendly with people. You're afraid you get a black chick. If you bring your homeboys around, she gonna fuck them. So you don't know what to do. But I used to do this. And the girl I was dating at the time, we used to have so much fun doing that. And I would call my homeboys and be like, hey, you coming through today? And you know what the first question they'd ask?
What?
Gonna be some bitches there?
Yeah.
Every time I'd ask the white boys to come through, you know what they'd say? Need me to bring anything?
Anything? Yep.
So the niggas always brought their dick to the party. They didn't bring no pussy to the party, because if you wanted pussy, if we all brought pussy, it'd be a bunch of pussy. You know, like if we all brought chips, there'd be a bunch of chips. Common sense is what everybody else, white people know. If we all bring shit. When I went to that porn party, people were coming to a porn party that was catered. Do you know people were showing up with shit? But what did niggas say when they saw me with Misty and we bought I think we bought chips and 2 bottles of alcohol? You could tell Tommy paid for them girls' pussy. He paid for the drinks. What the fuck I look like being a grown-ass man telling the bitch, how much you got on the hen, dog?
Right.
I would buy a drink for, they've seen me buy drinks for bitches I don't know at the bar because I like entertaining people. But all of a sudden, I'm a simp because I bought a bottle of alcohol to take to a party. Yes, the party was catered already. But think about how off the chain it would be if everybody that came still brought a drink. It would make sense, you'd think, but not in the Negro's mind. So the white people was having fun there, and yes, it was a porn party and a bunch of sucking dick and fucking. But it was very few black people, and they saw it. And notice we had no problem. Nobody got raped. Nobody got beat up. Nobody felt like somebody was trying to, them dudes knew that was their girlfriend. You date a bitch in porn, you know what she do. She do it on a job. They didn't give a shit. They was all fun, and everybody went on home. Well, when I was throwing them parties, all the dudes just wanted to know if it was going to be some hoes there. And if you've noticed, you can't even have fun with black dudes without the prospect of getting pussy. When I was in college, when I would hang out with my white friends, every time we'd have a party, bitches would show up. White dudes believe if enough of them get together, bitches will follow. Black dudes apparently don't believe that. White dudes can have fun and don't be a bitch in sight, which will make the bitches want to come because they'll be like, they having fun without us. There was an episode like that on Family Guy where Peter and the homeboys just went in the backyard, built them a little thing, and it was just a man's club. What happened? The bitches raided it. Why y'all in here without us? Y'all having fun without us? White boys understand that. If you just have fun, white women will show. They want to be around. Black dudes feel like everything revolves around the women. So the women control the dynamic. So it's very difficult for us to even have relationships with each other as men. So it's very difficult for us to have a relationship with women. It's very difficult to have a relationship with black women are the main ones who say, I don't get along with other bitches, they catty. So if you don't get along with other women, people who look like you, how the fuck can you get along with anybody else? But nobody thinks about it that way. If you don't like women, why do you think a man would like them past fucking? The only reason those women like men more than women, because when they go out, they get free drinks and niggas who want to fuck them will treat them good even though they stupid. Your girlfriend who don't want to fuck you will call you on your bullshit, and you don't want to be called on your bullshit.
I think that where you're at, and I think that where the frustration lies with guys like us is that we are square pegs that have been trying to fit into round holes, and we realize like, well, damn, this ain't gonna never work until we start building some round holes for us to fit in. Some square holes for us to fit in. And that is the difference between just staying in what you're in and saying, well, even if I got to build something that's going to fit me, that's what I'm willing to do. You are in a situation where you are a square peg and you realize like these round holes ain't shit.
And you know I don't like, and you know I don't like fat women, so I don't want to deal with no round holes.
There you go, no round holes. That's what you realize. And when you try to say, well, hey, don't the rest of you square pegs realize that this is fucked up? They like, well, shit, at least it's a hole, dog. And you just like, well, I'm at this point where I can't. and I got to leave some of these square pegs over here, but I'm gonna go and build these other square holes, and I'm gonna see if this one fits, and it fits for me. And you have turned other people like me to go and look to say, well, damn, this dude is building square pegs. I'm a fucking square peg too. Fuck these round holes. Let me build these square pegs. That's what we doing. That's how we make that change. That's how we bring about that paradigm shift that we talking about. We doing that now, and it's more people saying, shit, these guys are building square holes, but they square pegs. That's what we have to do. And a lot of our square pegs ain't gonna look like us. Some of them ain't gonna be like us. They may not all be where we from, but at the end of the day, we're building something that's gonna fit a different type of peg. And it's going to be a lot of round pegs with a lot of square dudes trying to still fit in there, that we just going to have to just shake our heads and say, you motherfuckers still ain't going to figure it out. And they just going to be over there until it's said and done for them. But at the end of the day, those that come after us will be able to come to that split road and see, well, these motherfuckers is round square pegs still trying to get in these round holes. But however, these square pegs over here have built some square holes. Let's go over here.
That's always been the scary part about me, and I think it's with most black men. We haven't seen anyone go out west and be the Lewis and Clark.
Yeah.
So we're afraid to see what's over the Rockies. We see the Rockies and we go right back home. We weren't raised to be pioneers. We weren't raised to go out and do a Fleetwood Mac and go our own way. Even if your daddy was a psychologist, you want to be something in the field of medicine, but not that, because you want to go your own way. You want to build your name. We didn't have any name in the first place, which means we didn't have anything to look up to or something to fall short of. Why do you think most people would rather just stay in the hood? Because it's the easiest thing to do is remain the same. So the easiest thing for me to do is, even though I know I want more than that, is to fuck holes and smile and act like I'm enjoying it when I'm not. Most of the time at this stage, when I get through having sex, I don't like it or the person. I'm just looking and I'm like, this fucking sucks, because this is it. This is all it is. I can't build with you. I can't be, there's no goal we have together. And that shit sucks. Because once we get through fucking, we don't get up and say, let's go jog. We don't say, hey, I want to go to the play, go see Hamilton in October. Yeah, I love Hamilton. Let's go see it. There's a movie out. We got to go see it. No, we love DC and Marvel. Nothing. I got hoes that I'm not fucking who send me shit all the time. These damn shirts and shit y'all see me wearing, I ain't buy them. It's some bitch that keeps sending them. I don't mean to call you no bitch, man. But I'm saying, it's a woman. It's a woman who I don't know who gives a shit about me. There's another woman, Yvonne. Yvonne is the sweetest girl in the world. She don't even show up no more, but she still texts me and say, even though I'm not there, I still care about you, and you just a hoe, so I can't fuck with you like that. But I want to see you do well. And I was listening to that. I was like, how a woman say she know you a hoe, she know you ain't shit, but she still wants the best for you. That was the weirdest shit I'd ever seen. That woman donates to every show. That woman sends me something to my house. If it sounds like I'm hoarse, she sends me some fucking shit like this for my throat. And the bitches I'm fucking will come empty-handed. They won't ever say, well, what do you need, nigga? So that's a fucked up thing in us. Because we don't even know how to recognize what's good for us, because we see the mountain. And we say, oh, I don't know what's over there. And that look high. Just go back. Because we didn't see it before. There were no pioneers in my family. There were no road builders who owned road graders. There were just followers. There was just niggas who lived with their girlfriend and their baby mama until they got kicked out because they got caught fucking their baby mama's sister. The dynamic of black relationships is so sad that if we dating a girl, we getting to know that girl and her friend coming, her friend got a fat ass, we'll sit up there and be staring at her friend and try to figure out how to fuck her friend too. That's how fucked up the black mentality is. The black women are the same way. They'll get a good man, and next day they'll see somebody else that may be a little bit better or maybe a little bit worse, but they don't know. So they'll try to get it from both. Because we don't want to build, and I just want to build. And the scary part is what you said, which is going back to the title. You keep saying maybe those square pegs aren't going to look like us or be raised like us. And I keep saying, I don't think Black relationships work because I think we're both so fucked up. We need somebody that it's actually stable to help us become stable. You can't get two fucked up people together who just act like there's no problem. And most fucked up Black women will tell you there's no problem with them. There's a problem with you. You don't like what I'm doing. You don't like who I am. And that's fucked up because you don't understand. That woman that was beating her daughter, what did she say when the camera was on her? And y'all need to beat y'all kid like this. She actually thought that made sense. And nobody told her it was wrong. Even when the police arrested her, she's going to go back and still feel emboldened because the people in her small circle, it don't matter if 1 million people online tell her it was fucked up. Them people in that little hood that she's never left, that she doesn't want to leave because she's a big fish in a small pond. And she's a really big fish. But she's sitting there and she's going to feel normal. That's why the majority, when I went back and I filmed that portion of the movie where I grew up and them niggas were still there, that made no sense. And them niggas was, I say you're doing it big, Tommy. It got a nice trap. And the nigga was talking like half this was gone. It was just gums. And niggas was still on the street with them young girls that used to be young girls. Now they just old hoes and hags. But they still out there talking like they still sexy. You're looking good, Tommy. Looking good. I'm like, but you're not. Life done just fucked you up, DDT'd you and got the table, ladders, and chairs match. You just took it. Oh.
And finished off with a super kick.
Right. And I was sitting up there like, Like a man on Along Came Polly, God rest his soul, Philip Seymour Hoffman, when he was representing Ben Stiller in the court, and he had been watching. He's an actor, so he got up and he kept going. That is literally what I kept saying because I was like, it's a nigga online, a nigga named LA, and I hate to bring him up, but the nigga's 40 and he got 9 kids, and he's still online talking about how he a pimp. He just got kicked out of his girlfriend's house, and they ain't living in his grandma's house. A man with 9 kids living in his grandma's house, still making YouTube videos, trying to chop it up and give it the game.
Yeah.
And this is okay. He shouldn't have an audience. The true seaman, he's a grandfather making videos about me every day. He has a fucking wife. The Black community is fucked up. The only way it seems like you can actually have stability is to be unstable. You have to live in bullshit. The nigga live in like a $10,000 house in a neighborhood where, when you can go on that website where you can see the criminals and shit. His whole city is that mask with the robber mask. It's just, you don't see the city or the streets. You just see the mask.
Oh my God.
I know Jim Carrey must be the mayor of their town because of that damn, all you see is the mask. I'm telling you.
That Cuban Pete.
Like I was saying, and he lives there, but he get up every day to make videos trying to tell people I'm a pedophile and I'm scamming the people and they need to make sure I don't make no money. Black community is so dysfunctional. There's a white boy making videos about me right now. That white boy made a video saying that I scammed people out of $20,000 for a cruise. And let me ask you something. If I scammed $20,000 from people, don't you think them people would have made some videos and be like, this nigga gave me my money back? It ain't like he said 1,000. He said 20 grand.
Wow.
And it's Black folks listening to this motherfucker saying, I knew it was. So all these people know about all these scams I've run, but none of the people who got scammed ever speak up. That's because the Black community is that stupid. No matter how much I hate Tyreek, I don't lie on Tyreek. No matter how much I hate Corey, I don't lie on Corey. No matter how much I hate LA, they sent me some video trying to get me to say that he got arrested for molesting his stepdaughter. I refused to put it up, and I made it. And during my show, I told them, "Don't send me that bullshit no more." They was like, "Well, why?" I said, "Because it's obviously fake. Why would I want to go out there? I don't like the motherfucker. And he go around telling people I'm molesting my daughter, and he's a dick like that. But I wouldn't want to return the favor because I don't like that. I don't have to do that to get views. I don't have to do that to get people to pay attention to me because I don't want to be the dysfunctional black. But most blacks are dysfunctional. Why do you think they would have a show called Side Chicks of Atlanta, Side Chicks of Charlotte, and then and normalize it? And then when somebody questions them, well, aren't you normalizing this for your children? Well, I'm just doing what I got to do. It's our story. I ain't ashamed of it. And it's like, God, you can't even tell black people that they may be wrong. Not even that they're wrong, just tell them that they may be, or that there's a better way to do it. You get such pushback. It seems like we have to leave black folks alone in order to get straight.
It's like this. A dope fiend is a dope fiend. And you can't expect that dope fiend to change just because you doing something different. You have to understand that a dope fiend is gonna be a dope fiend, but you want to have a rehab available for those dope fiends that are tired of being dope fiends.
Yeah,
and it's a good chunk of us that are just gonna insist on being dope fiends. We feed off of drama, lies, nonsense, and a lot of times subhuman behavior. Because it's all that we've been bred and shown for so long that it's become the norm. And those people that are in that's why they don't question and say, well, why the hell would somebody say Tommy done scam people for $20,000 and ain't nobody else can afford to say it? Well, why the hell would people say this about Tommy and then ain't nobody gonna say, well, why you ain't shown that? Because they dope fiends. Them people that's following them True Siemens, them people that's following them LA, all of that shit, you just got people that's all they want to do is listen to a motherfucker lie to them and tell them a bunch of drama-filled bullshit that they can say, well, that's what's going on, shit. That's the drama. That's the tea. That's what's happening. And that's what they do. However, there are some, like the people that are here with us right now, that are glad that there's a rehab. Yeah, I just tied that back to the relationship rehab. Yeah,
nice.
But there are people that are glad that that's there and that will benefit from it because they can see that, hey, this bullshit that I'm in, I see that there's a different path, and I see that there's somebody else that had a thought that I did and has actually done something with it. That's what you are. You have just been, and it's an unfortunate burden a lot of times, but you are that catalyst. You are that one that said, I'm thinking different about this shit that I'm in right now. And I've been exposed to something different. And now that I've been exposed to something different, I want something different. But now I'm going to take it a step further and actually do something that's different.
Nice.
And all of those other people that has had that same thought and have said, man, I wish there was something. I wish I wasn't this fucking ghetto and this fucking ratchet, but everybody else is like this too. And I just don't see no other way out. They can now see somebody like you and say, this is something that's different. And not only is he talking it, he's doing it. And that shit works. And at the end of the day, that's the type of shit that we have got to keep perpetuating. We got to keep pushing that shit because we got a bunch of drama and ignorant bullshit that's not necessarily to the point where it's being pushed, but it's just at a surplus for us. We have a surplus of this ignorant bullshit that we have instant access to. You can click on the internet, turn on the TV, and it's right there in your face.
I'm sharing something with people online right now. There it is. It says, is this proof DeSoto cruise was just a scam from day one? You decide. Now, mind you, they said I stole 20 grand. But I want to show you two people on here that let you know how far shit goes. The one woman on the top, her name is Keisha Hedrick. And her message says, she's talking about how I stole 20 grand. This is horrible. I mean, I knew things didn't add up, but you pretty much confirmed it, at least in my mind. Thanks for the valuable info. Mind you, Keisha Hedrick is a girl who used to come over to my show, and I made that girl a mod on a couple of my channels, and I treated her well. I don't know, but if you go look at most of these other people who hate me, their channel is full of people who used to be fans, and they stopped, and nothing happened. But here's the one that worries me the most. There's a dude on there named Patrick Johnson. I'm going to read what Patrick Johnson said. Patrick wrote, he said, and when I was accused of being a fraud to Soto Nation, I knew this was coming. I told everyone something wasn't right about this cruise, and more people are seeing it. I'm just sitting back and watching this unfold. It's hilarious. People have common sense. People with common sense knew this was a money grab. Again, if this was a money grab, I want you to understand who Patrick Johnson is. I don't know this cat. Mimi came to me and said, you know, Patrick, a dude used to be on the You Dig. Well, he's having trouble. And his family is down in South Carolina, and he needs money to stay at a hotel because his grandma's his grandma's sick and she needs someone to stay. That's him. I gave this motherfucker damn near $1,000 and haven't seen a dime of it back. And since I brought it up that he owes me, he's been going on this damn tirade, still owing me money, but talking shit, talking about I was accused of being a fraud and I knew this was coming. Now, mind you, there's not been one person to be on the cruise. Total, I think the total was between $700 and $800 to book your shit. For me to have gotten 20 grand, that means that it had to be about 12 people who booked to go on that flight, who booked $700 to $800 to go on that trip. Do you think it would be some niggas who lost $700 to $800 and they don't come out and say nothing? Not one? You mean not one nigga came out and said, the motherfucker, I want my money back. I didn't get my shit back. But this damn motherfucker makes a video and people sitting up there acting like it's real. But the one nigga who I actually helped, and think about how many niggas I helped. That's why I don't even talk to people. And for the people who are watching, yes, I've gotten your emails saying, help you set up this, help you set up that. I need a loan for this. I need a loan for that. You know why I'm not doing it? Because everybody I fucking helped turned on me. Every nigga I've helped turned on me. Every one of them. I let them come over here and be mods. I remember that fat ass bitch Freaky. I treated that fat whore like she was a damn daughter. And that fat whore went right on over there with them other niggas talking shit about me. I was like, what? You got two people right there who, whether they dislike me or whatever reason they dislike me, Patrick, no, I helped this motherfucker and gave him shit when nobody else did. For him to be on a tirade now going around talking shit about me that he knows is fake. And people were wondering, well, why didn't you address? I said, well, I didn't even want to address it because it's stupid. Because the white boy, just like the other nigga, is sitting up there saying, like he says, I'm on cocaine now. You got people just saying the most fucked up shit. Cocaine? Wow. There's nothing about me that says cokehead. There might be a lot of shit about me, but nothing says cokehead. But were I a cokehead? Whoever was selling me the coke would probably tell, and especially since they say I'm so broke, that's why I'm paying child support. I'm paying back child support. I'm trying to rent a lavish life. I can't live. I can't afford all this shit. But then you want to ask me for $100,000. I want you to think about how I get all this fucked up shit from people with no proof at all, and they refuse to show proof. To me, that is more of the dysfunction of the black community, because they let these white folks come in there and just sit there and laugh at them and help push them along. That's a white boy making these videos, telling people he revealing shit about me, but he don't reveal his face. Do you know that white boy made a video saying, since Tommy wants to know what I look like, what I'm going to do is encourage Soto Nation to go to my Patreon. And when you go to my Patreon and donate, every time I get $70, and he has this thing was supposed to be a picture, but it's covered up. Every $70 he gets, he removes a square to reveal his face. It adds up to over $20,000 that he would need to reveal his face. But he wants people to not donate to me or help me. But he has a Patreon. But he is telling people, and remember, donate to Troberg Radio. And he's been trying to get my attention for 2 years, and I refuse to address him. Like, he just keeps doing it, and I won't address him. He had True Seaman running around trying to be his friend. And now you got to stop and ask yourself, niggas are so used to drama that that's all they do. So how can you have a real relationship with a group of people who all they seek is drama? Do you understand the reason I lost the white girl that I was with? was because she didn't want to be a part of the drama. But I was so used to the drama. Think about it. I was used to the drama, and I couldn't stop doing it in order to keep the girl I was with. That's how fucked up I am. All I had to do was stop fucking with strange niggas online and making videos, and I couldn't.
And it took you to lose something that was extremely important to you to learn that lesson.
Well, I didn't learn it.
At the end of the day, I guess
I learned the lesson, but I'm still doing it. I'm still involving myself with drama with people who are only. After I proved to people, I said, let me show you. I'm going to answer True Seaman's question. I guarantee you he won't acknowledge what I did. He didn't. You see, I made that nigga do what I wanted him to do. And what I was doing, because I'm a fisherman, I made that nigga do this, but what he exposed was that. And I was like, what? So if you tell me, I bet you can't shoot a three-pointer, and I go shoot it and hit it, the nigga mentality is to find another thing that you didn't do. See, I exposed that his shoes ugly. Look at him.
So here's how I'm about to prove my point by facts. So I've been watching you for what's this, 2017, at least 4 years or more. At least 4 years or more. And I've seen you go from every single nigga that I would see you had a problem with, you gave time and energy and your resources to discredit, disprove, and to show everybody that they are full of shit and that what they're doing is just fucking lying on you and trying to tear down what you built. I've witnessed this myself. Fact. That number 4 years ago and that number today is extremely small. And everybody else that's watching this now, that's in the chat room, that's been watching Tommy as long for a good amount of time, can you vouch for that? I can see that. It's not that you have mastered it and that you know exactly, I don't do that no more. You ain't completely been absolved from it or delivered from it, but you are in the process of getting out of it. You just made a realization the other day when I said, now that's what the fuck I'm talking about. Well, I was so fucking proud of you. You said, you know what? This motherfucker True Seaman and taught me something. He taught me the lesson of him saying that he said something just to get me to respond. That was his whole goal. You know what? I ain't responding to that motherfucker no more. Now, at the end of the day, ain't no telling what this nigga gonna do next. But the fact is that you could very well slip a week from now and respond to some shit he said. But I can see that you've made the realization of what you're dealing with, and you realize that there is no end. This is a bottomless pit.
Yep.
I can't break through and prove to this nigga anything.
I can't get the nigga to leave me alone. The niggas, even if he said, like when he said, if I give him $100,000, I bet if I give him $100,000, one, he'll burn through it,
leave you alone.
And he still wouldn't leave me alone.
He still wouldn't leave you alone. But the thing is that the Tommy you are today and the Tommy you were 2 years ago wouldn't have never came to that realization. And it just took that process of you getting out of the shit that you were in and the shit that you were used to and the shit that you're so accustomed to doing to where now you're at that point to where, you know what, I got way more shit that's going for me that I need to be doing and fulfilling my purpose and doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I can't afford to give you time and energy anymore.
That's why I need me a good woman.
That's
why I need me a good woman. I get me a good woman. She'll see I'm going through some shit. She'll be like, come in and let me suck your dick. And I go to sleep. And I won't sit up here and have time to respond. Because when I got time on my hand, I'm like, shit, I'm horny. I could jack off or I could do a video. Well, when I jack off, it take about 5 minutes and I still do a video. I be like, I ain't sleepy. I'm going to go do a video. And that's why my keyboard's sticky. If you come to my house, do not use my keyboard. It's a few of them letters that won't work. You press the J, it'd be like, J. If you put a black light on my desk, boy, it'll turn just straight up green. My house is a forensic files dream. My God, how did you get it in the corner of the ceiling? I know, right? It took me a while, but I got it.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness! Yeah, that forensic specialist to be like, we've seen specimens in places we didn't know there could be specimens. He's completely saturated the entire environment.
And you're like, because I've got to the point where jacking off has become like an art form. I just try to do different ways. And I'd be like, I wonder if I can jack off 5 times in a day and see if anything will come out. Nope, it's empty. I jacked off and a puff of smoke came out the front of my penis. Went to my front door one day. The sheriff was out there with a restraining order. Your dick said stop.
He jacked off and ticker tape came out and said, please end this.
You know what I'm saying? I pulled out my pants one time. The damn dick said, for shame. I can't even get a bitch pregnant. I jack off too much.
Come to the conclusion that you are an abuser. I can't take this shit one more day.
You been fucking with that Hamilton? You got to get on it, man. That Hamilton's a shit. Them little girls kept playing that music in the car. I was like, this is fucking shit. Yeah, the Farmers Refute. I kept saying, this music is stupid if you bitches don't shut up. Next thing I know, we were singing it in unison. Otra vez. And we did it again.
Oh my goodness.
Look, man, hey, go ahead. This is my man, the Guru. This is where you getting, and he kicked some good game for y'all tonight. Go ahead and let them know where they can find you, where they can get in contact with you. This is awesome. I'm telling you, like when we talking, and I explained to people, I said, I had got to the point where I don't really help anybody, and I don't like that no more. But I really enjoy. I don't even know if you've noticed. I don't work with nobody else like I work with you.
Yeah, I do.
I don't trust these niggas no more. I don't like these niggas no more. It's like everybody's trying to get something from me. Hell, the last nigga I let over there in the dig, this nigga's up there. Everybody I interview, this nigga's interviewing them behind me now. Like, it's a weird shit. And I was like, what the fuck? This nigga's like he like undercut his pizza. Like I show up with the pizza. This nigga's like, what you got on there? Pepperoni? I got pepperoni. I got pepperoni. Got extra cheese? I got cheese. I got cheese. I got cheese. How much they charge you? $40? I'll give it to you for 20. Here we go. Here we go. I got you. I'm like, yo, where's he coming from?
He said undercut his pizza.
This nigga show up to wherever the pizza go. He just follow the Domino's truck. Wherever the Domino's truck go, he go, and he just got the ingredients on the front seat. Like when he show up at your house, the Domino's man is confused. The fuck is this nigga doing here? What you got in that box? You got anchovies? I got anchovies right back in the truck. I got them. Fresh and hot. Fresh and hot.
My goodness, man. He said undercut his pizza. That's funny. Oh man. I guess I realize that, and I guess this is because I've been watching you for so long that I know the shit that you've been through, and I understand the type of niggas that you dealt with. And I know what type of man I am, and I know what it is that I do and why I do it. But I appreciate the relationship that we have. I appreciate the fact that, at the end of the day, we can get along as men and we can, do our thing. And this YouTube thing is something that you've given me an opportunity to do. And it's like, I respect that. At the end of the day, first and foremost, that's something that I always respect. If we fell out today, one thing that I know that you ain't got to worry about is me doing what all these other niggas have done, because that's not what I'm in it for. That's not what I'm about. I'm about helping people. I'm about just giving what I have and who I am, and just being transparent to the point to where, hey, if somebody can learn something, if one person can learn something from me, then that's what it's about. That's what I want to do. That's where it's coming from. So it's not about me being on the come up. It's about me just doing what it is that I think that I'm good at and that I love to do.
Well, you got your own lane, and that's why it's fun for me to even talk to you. Just like when Pogo was on. Pogo is making fucking music. This nigga ain't trying to talk about black holes. So when me and him do the video, I know if we fall out, you ain't gonna see Pogo up there remixing black holes and shit on videos. Like what? This nigga stole my shit for shame. God, dog. But that ain't gonna happen. And like with you, like. That's why, like, we have a different dynamic. You are a teacher. You are a nurturer. You are someone that is giving it to people in a different manner. So, like you said, even if we fell out, we're two different entities anyway. You brought your own shit to the table. Yep. You didn't bring my shit to the table. You brought your own shit, your own personality, your own stuff. And I was like, that's all right. Like, I remember when you was telling me about that thing. You was like, I don't know how to do that shit. The nigga film it for me and put it up. I was like, that's my kind of dude right there. That's the kind of shit I do. It's plenty of shit I do. People like, how you do that? I don't know. A nigga did it. They asked me last night. They said, that Photoshop picture was funny. Where you do that? I straight up said, I didn't do that shit. A nigga sent me that. I don't know how to do that shit. If you ask me how to Photoshop, I quit.
Yeah, because that Xerxes picture, man, out of all that shit that was going on, that was some great analytics, by the way. I love that shit. But that Xerxes picture, boy, I just saw that picture. The first thing I thought of was, am I not kind? I said, hit that thing, man. I love that.
No, I couldn't stop laughing. I saw that. I said, that nigga's creative. Yeah. And it's so many people who do stuff behind the scenes for me. So I don't even want to become so crass, but it's easier. I realize you can't help people that bring nothing to the table. I don't mind helping a bitch with gas money. I don't mind helping a bitch with rent money. My dick should never be dry. My back should always stay rubbed. As long as you do, I do. Like what was going on with you and me, it's a situation where I know, like I feel bad when I'm late. I ain't even showing up for my mom. My mom was calling me like, I thought we were supposed to do a show. I'm like, fuck that shit. But think about it. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, you get on my nerves sometimes. Like I'm helping you pay this, that, and the other, and you know what I'm saying? It's like I don't have a joy of doing it sometimes. And sometimes when my mother will have good conversation, it's fun, but sometimes it's just more taxing than anything else. But I thoroughly enjoy, and I got brothers, and I'm not close to them. And I thoroughly enjoy talking to you. Like no matter what I was supposed to be getting some head right now, but I said I got to do the show with my homeboy. Bitch was like, "You gay? You're gay.
You're a Xerxes."
You know what I'm saying? You should have put you in that gay picture. You're the lip smacking Mac. Tyreek was right about you.
Am I not kind?
But I was sitting there thinking. I said. I am a if anybody will tell you about me, that's why there's nobody from my past that comes out and says the nigga stole from me, the nigga took from me, the nigga didn't pay me. There's nobody. Now I gotta think, I don't care what none of y'all say, y'all gotta say that's fucking amazing. There's no girl from my past, there's no baby mama, there's no bitch who came by and fucked me for a couple of days that says the nigga said he's gonna do this, he didn't. The nigga took something from me, the nigga whatever. Nobody says that. Everybody who's in my position has one person who's saying that about them that dealt with them. Nobody does.
Yeah.
And that should tell you, I might do a lot of shit. I cheat on a bitch. If a motherfucker come out and say he cheated on me, well, they right. But I ain't gonna even argue about that. But he mistreated me. He left me stranded on the side of the road. I got kicked out of the house because the nigga I was fucking wouldn't do. Never happened. Because I don't treat people like that. I believe in treating people well. So with you, I looked at it and I said, that's my homeboy. So if I got to not do X, Y, Z to make this thing happen because I really enjoy working with him and I think people enjoy the dynamic of us working together, then I'm going to do that. The same way I treat the audience. I be up all night sometimes talking to these motherfuckers because they need to be there. The whole idea was, when I came up with it last night, the whole idea of the third shift, I was like, yeah, I want to do something specifically for them. I want to do something specifically for the people right at midnight. And we going to show the fuck up and wild out. And we're going to have my man Brian come on there and rotate every now and again. We're going to have all types of niggas and bitches. And we just going to come there and have fun and talk about random bullshit. Third shift. I said, that's what I want to do because those people are after my heart. I work third shift. I work third shift now. Nigga, I don't get up till 1. Bitches used to text me in the morning and thought I was ignoring them. This nigga ain't shit. I text him at 7 in the morning. He didn't text me till 1. He fucking somebody. Nah, bitch, I just woke up.
Yeah. But it's like that thing though that you do, it's like, I understand that too. That's just like, I know, you know, like you say, you be late. You late, but there's a reason why you late. So it's like, that's like when you text today, it was like, hey, we're gonna do it. Like, yep, we're gonna do it. Let's do it. And we set a time, and it's like, you like, man, I'm still doing this. I'm gonna try to finish this and get. And I was just like, man, bro, take your time and do it, man, because I know what you doing is just as important as what we trying to do. So it ain't like you sitting around and you know getting high or doing coke, like they say.
I don't know. I
ain't doing that. Right?
Might have been doing that too, but I was working. I got some edibles. Forgot what time it was. Shit, I do it tomorrow.
So it's like I understand it. So it's like, man, and even though, you know, hey, my wife right now who's asleep, I know I be waking her ass up, but she know that this is important. And I'm sorry, baby, if I woke you up tonight. Please forgive me. I love you so much. You're the best thing that ever happened to my wonderful wife.
But the fact that you got somebody who's behind you like that, who says that man building something, let that motherfucker build something. It's cool to have somebody who says, nigga, you working. Let me go put your kids in the bed, or let me go put on some sex as soon as you quit. This mouth waiting on your dick. Like, or this bath is waiting on you, or man, I want to talk to you about what you did. I'm gonna pretend what you did was important enough for me to have a discussion with it. Because sometimes I don't want a dick suck, and sometimes I want to critique. Like, I don't know if you do that with your wife, where you like, you know, I kind of want you to critique what I did.
She do. I definitely expect that. I mean, even if you go on my channel and go to my first videos, it's about 15 other ones that didn't get uploaded. That was shit. And it's because of her. But she's just like, baby, that shit you had on. I don't know what you got to do to fix the lights, but and it was like, she was there, and I was like, I would rather her critique me and tell me what I'm doing, to at least to say, well, this is what she helped me with to get me to this point, and somebody else can help me to get to another point. But it's like, she has that respect and that love for what I'm doing and what I'm trying to do to give me that leeway. And I got that same type of respect for you, to where it's like, I understand what you're doing. And as much as important as it is to me, I still got to respect what you do. And I still have to understand that, hey, it can't always be on my time, because it ain't about me. It's about us doing this thing right here, right now. And if that takes another 2 hours before we can do it, then fucking so be it. Because at the end of the day, this shit is bigger than us, man.
Well, I'm going to start respecting your time, though. I got to stop doing this bullshit, telling you 7 o'clock, and then I show up at 11.
Don't say that, because when my wife watched this again, she gonna be like, that's right, Tommy. Yeah, Tommy.
Look, I know when I'm being wrong. It was really nice what you said when you was like, take your time. I said, and it's funny. I'm the kind of person that if I know you're bending or being pliable for me, I try to make sure you don't have to do it. I don't take that shit for granted, because I didn't grow up that way. Like, if a woman is like, just go ahead and work, and when you get through, come shake me and I'll suck your dick. I'm like, that's awesome. So I'm gonna try not to keep pushing. No, because I'm gonna try not to keep pushing that. I don't want to be one of the people like, my bitch would be waiting on me at 3 o'clock. Because one day she's gonna be like, I'm tired of this shit. This motherfucker taking advantage of me. I believe if somebody gives you leeway, you're supposed to not take advantage of them, not take advantage of you. If somebody says, I'm sorry, man, I didn't get it this week, I'm gonna pay you back next week, bro. If I say, no, go ahead, just take your time. That person who you tell take your time to should be one. They should think, well, that's awesome. I'm going to make sure they don't have to wait a long time to get this back, because a lot of people wouldn't be that. They wouldn't give me that kind of leeway. And I'm that kind of person.
It's a lot of niggas I don't get that leeway to now. Don't get it twisted. But I see and I understand that you have been taken advantage of in that aspect. So I know that you respect it. So I'm more than willing to give you that leeway with me, because I know that you ain't going to take advantage of it, because it's happened to you. So it's like, I can see that and I can understand that. So it's like, I get it, man. I get it that what you're doing is a lot busier than what I'm doing, but this is more important to me than me being, he don't respect my time. That's bullshit. Nigga, do absolutely respect my time. This man is doing what he needs to do so that he can feed his family, get his message out, and fulfill his purpose. I'm trying to do the same thing. And one day I'm going to be in your shoes when I'm helping some other dude, and I'm going to have to do the same thing. And I'm going to hope that dude is going to be just as understanding as I am to you. And that's how shit goes. That's how it's supposed to be.
And the funny thing is, and just to finish my point off with the black relationships, I got to give a shout out to when I first started doing this, the young lady I was with at the time was black. And I can say this is one of the things I miss. And it's funny. I don't know if she's trying to get back with me or not, because she hit me up the other day and was like, I moved to Arizona. Who the fuck just up and moved to Arizona? And oddly enough, she moved to a place called Surprise. I said, but let me tell you what, if I called her up today and said, because like a lot of the sets that I had before, she did that shit. Mm-hmm. I don't paint. I don't get a mess. I'm not a man's man. I go hire a motherfucker to do it. I remember I said, you know what I want in my basement? What I needed to do is to be like, I like red. I wanted to be red and blah, blah, blah. And it was when I went on a trip and I went across country and I was fucking all kind of hoes and she was watching it live on YouTube and never said a word. When I got back to my house, guess what my basement was?
Red.
She had painted it. Her and her sister put the fucking TVs up. Like, that's one thing I know I need. I need a bitch that's a designer. I'm a fucking mess. Imagine if I had a woman, I wouldn't have all this fucking mess back here. But I don't trust bitches around my shit because they walking off with my headphones and shit. You know, I'm not like stupid shit. When I got to threaten your ass out of my headphones, who the fuck got to do this? But when you got somebody that's worth a fuck, like how you have a wife that gives a shit, I want a teammate. I don't want somebody I'm dragging along and I'm making their life better, but they ain't doing shit for my life. I want a teammate, and I'll give that woman that. If she was in here right now, I bet if I called her over here and let her stay for 2 weeks, this whole house will look completely different. This bitch would be gonna put curtains up, and she do all this shit herself. Don't know how. Yeah. She does. When I used to go on a trip, every time I go on a trip, when I wake up next morning, I never had to pack a bag. That's why I'm so lazy. I never had to wash clothes. I never had to cook. I never had to pack a bag. She did all those. So when I talk about black women, there are some very good black women out there. The problem is, a lot of times those black women, like us black men, have to go through so much bullshit that we like come like boys to men. We done came to the end of the road. Now we want to be good. Yeah. Like, was she doing that for the niggas she was with before me? Because she was older than me. So she wasn't doing that for the niggas before me. It just got to a point when she got older and was like, I got me a good little young nigga and I'm going to set this nigga up right. Me, I kept saying I want a family. She couldn't have one. That was the only reason she couldn't have any children. And I was like, but the funny thing was that was probably the best thing for me at the time, because that motherfucker would never come up pregnant. And that would have been the worst thing that happened to me when I was trying to build this. So maybe God put people in your life at the time, at the place for what you need. If I could transfer her mind into someone else, it would have been awesome. I remember saying it every year. If I could find somebody with her mentality, somebody that's stable, someone that wants to build, but somebody I can actually build a future with, than somebody who's already had their shit behind them, that would be awesome. And that's the only thing that kept me from being in a relationship with that woman, because it was like, all I can do is just be with her. We can't build anything together, which is kind of a falsity. Yeah. But I just wanted I do want my own family. I really want my own family. I want, when people saw how happy I was and it wasn't because me and the woman's in a relationship. When she was here and she brought her daughter, and everybody kept saying, you guys have such a beautiful family. We weren't in a relationship, but we get along and our kids get along. So they thought we were a big old family. And it was cool to hear people say, hey, you guys look awesome together. I like that. And I'm saddened that it feels like you can't have that with a black woman. Like, you gotta have it outside, because we don't know how to build. We don't see each other as a value. And if I'm with you and I'm treating you a certain way, it's because I see you as a value. I want to grow with you. I see potential in you, and I hope you see potential in me. And I want to realize that potential. I want you to end it with this. How did you and your wife decide that you guys saw potential in each other enough to fight through bullshit? Like that phone caller, when that nigga said, yeah, I gave my wife an STD. I was like, God, dog, I can pull the shit out of people when I'm on the show. Like, I wasn't expecting that. Nigga, you giving me too much information. But when he was like, I want to thank my wife because she stuck with me through all this fuck shit. We did some fuck shit. And then I know many of us have short triggers and we ain't sticking with people through that. How did you and your wife realize that y'all wanted to fight this life together?
I think the fact that both of us were divorced when we knew each other for years, and we had both gotten married to different people and both gotten a divorce, and found each other again and connected with each other and started talking with each other again. I think the fact that our paths that we had taken and all that we have been through in life and the lessons we've learned, things to do and things not to do, I think that made us, and the fact that we knew each other, it helped us become more familiar with each other faster than most people would. But I think that is what helped us realize and understand what's most important to us. And we were really able to be transparent in the early stages of our relationship, to where we were able to look back and assess to say, hey, where are we going to take this? And where do we want to go with this? And I had that conversation with her to say, well, what is it that you ultimately are looking for? What is it that you ultimately want? Because I want to know if it is compatible with what I'm trying to do. And fortunately enough, it was. And that was when we got to the point to where we made just a commitment to each other to be in a 100% just me and you relationship, and we'll see where that goes. And it was like that our experiences that we had and the things that we learned from our past, it helped us to appreciate each other in this part of our lives, to where we were able to be together and to work through all of the shit that we had to work through. And it's like we have shit that we work through today, that we go through and our ups and downs, but we had that ground floor of saying we want to be together and we're willing to work at it and do whatever it takes for us to stay together at the end of the day, because I love you and you love me, and I love you to the point to where I want to take care of you. You love me to the point to where you want to take care of me. And that is how we work together. We taking care of each other. So it's not a thing of you doing you and I'm doing me and we just get here together. It's about us taking care of each other and loving on each other to the point to where we want each other to be the best that we could possibly be. And that is the difference in what my first marriage and what previous relationships have been and what it is like now today for both of us. And I've learned so much from her and she's learned so much from me, and our shit works because we have that common goal of us committing to making it work.
Man, that's awesome. And it almost seemed like maybe you guys had to fail in your first ones to realize how important not failing is in the second one.
Yep.
And because it failed, maybe you guys had the same goal. I think rarely when we get into Black relationships that we have the same goal. And usually our goals aren't long term. They're just short term goals that we're just trying to get what we can get before things go wrong.
Yep.
So I look up to you. I can honestly say, you and a lot of guys who call in. There was a guy who called in who said, I got with this girl, she had 3 kids. I know how you feel about marrying a woman with 3 kids, but I love my wife and blah, blah. And I stopped and I said, dude, I'm just talking shit. A lot of the stuff I say is theoretical. Theoretical physics can prove a lot of shit that you know with your own damn eyes won't work. My theories are those for people who aren't in the situations that we are in that have failed, to try and get them from being in the situations that we are in where it has fallen. But if you found this woman, I don't care, just because I say I don't like fat chicks, why the fuck would you watch my show and break up with your fat wife because my dumb ass was making jokes? That's why I started off my last show when I said, look, I'm making jokes about this girl's saggy titties, but there are a lot of people who like saggy titties. Don't listen to me and then all of a sudden find flaws in what you have. I'm a nigga that's 41 years old that's still trying to find stability. Listen to what I say in theory, but if in practicality it does not fit your life, why the fuck would you try to use it or ruin what you have? And I will continue to tell people, a lot of shit I say is I'm making jokes. It's conjecture. I'm trying to make you laugh. I'm trying to make you think. I'm trying to push the boundaries because I don't want you where I am, to be perfectly honest.
You're provoking the thought and the idea of changing what our foundation is, changing what those core directives and everything that we're just so used to following. You are provoking that thought of change. And that is where it all begins. And I always say this time and time again to you, but it's unfortunate that you're that guy. But at the end of the day, you are that guy. And it's like, and I just want to be, or hope that I am something or somebody that can help you in that process and that journey that you're on, because I don't know if I could do what it is that you're doing. But at the end of the day, I know that I can at least assist you. I can help you. I can support you. I can be a different aspect of what you're doing to maybe make what it is that you're doing a little bit better, or that burden a little bit easier. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude, what's his name? Was it Thomas, that helped Jesus carry that cross a little bit along the way? It's like, if I could just do that, whatever the case may be, it's like, that's what it is that I want to do, because I want to help somebody, because I would want somebody to help me at the end of the day. And it's like, we all have things in our lives that we want to change about ourselves, and things about our lives we don't like about ourselves. But at the end of the day, when you're moving in that direction of, I want to change, not necessarily just for me, because it may be too late for me, but for those who come after me, then that's what it's all about. That's being a part of something that is bigger than yourself. And you have that. And I'm fortunate enough to be a part of that. And I will never hope that there comes a day that I take that for granted. And those of you and those of us that are in Soto Nation, those of us that like, share, and subscribe to all of this, those that are new to this, that's been here since day one, or that just got here on tonight, this is what it's about. And this is what it is that you are being a part of. Have some respect and some honor about that, and take pride in it, because I do. And I want everybody else to as well.
Nice. That's the perfect end. I don't have anything else to say about that. You guys make sure that you guys go and subscribe to the Relationship Rehab. That's my man Brian's main channel. Look it up on YouTube, the Relationship Rehab. And also, we're trying to get up to 10,000 likes, because if we don't get 10,000 likes, they're going to put us in jail. Not 10,000 likes. We need 10,000 subscribers.
We got to get 10,000 subs. We need 10,000 subs.
Yes.
Or I'm getting locked up.
Right.
And we ain't going to be able to take care of our families. So you have that burden, people.
Yeah. So what I want you guys to do is go over there and click on the channel. It's called The Guru and the Whore. It should show up. If it doesn't, I'll put the link in the description box. I think this might be it. Do I still have it? Yes. There's the channel. Go and subscribe. We can't keep having all these people and not get. We need 10,000, not 1,000. We need 10,000. We can't even get 1,000. I'm up here asking for 10,000. But hey, look, just go click the link, subscribe. The bigger we get over there, that means we can move over there and do everything from there. And what we're going to start doing anyway is whatever we do here or wherever we do it, it's going to be exclusively over there. So it's going to go live here, but as soon as it stops being live, we're going to put it on private, and you'll only be able to see the replays over there. So, man, thank you for putting up with me being late. Thank you for coming in and saying the niceties that you said, because sometimes we never know what somebody's going through that day. And it may be like 2 steps from them stabbing the shit out their own neck, or them going to climb a mountain. Our words could push them one way or the other.
Yeah, that's so true, man. And I thank everybody, man, that has taken the time out of their lives to be a part of this, to listen, to share, to like, to subscribe, damn it. And just to be a part of something that is something positive, something that's different, something that's changing lives, man. And it's like, that is such a reward for me. And I hope for everybody else that's a part of this, man, the mods, the Soto Nations, everybody, man, that just sends those words of encouragement, those that enjoy themselves. I thank you all for being a part of this, and for just wanting to just see us succeed and to keep pushing us to be better, because that's exactly what we're here to do. And that's exactly what we want to do for you guys.
I think next week we need to broadcast from your channel. When we do it, we'll broadcast from your channel. So it'll be up on your channel. We can still do it like this, but broadcast from your channel. So they have to go there and watch it. So they'll know to subscribe to your channel too. So they'll know where everything is. I think we need to do that.
We following you, man. Whatever you want to do, brother.
Hey,
whatever you want to do, we gonna do it, man.
Let's get it done, man. I'm gonna go and put my girls in the bed, and then I'm gonna sneak off and get this head. So I'm gonna go to sleep.
Good luck to you, sir.
I'm gonna go to damn sleep. I'm gonna eat these edibles and go to sleep. The good thing about them girls is they take care of themselves now. They're starting to become friends. I'm proud of them. I'm mean as fuck to them during the day, and I'm not going to say it to him too soon, so I don't say it to him yet. I'll say it at the end of the summer. But I'm proud of him. I saw him out there in the pool again. They go out there every day, and they are a team. It's fun to watch because Alex wasn't cool with that idea of sharing her daddy. She wasn't. She said, I don't like it. She took me to the side a week ago and said, I miss when it was just you and me. And I had to be honest with her. I said, I do too, but it's not just you and me. Hell, I miss when I had a full head of hair. The days are long gone.
Now I'm just trying not to get a George Jefferson.
Yeah,
right
now I'm just trying. I'm like, shit. You can't grow your head, how you grow a beard. It's the first thing a nigga does. It's like, you know what a nigga balding because he got a big beard. But the point is I said, you know, it's.
But I'm still.
Yeah, I still can grow hair somewhere. I'm gonna grow long ass penis half the while, just be a bush.
Can't even wear shorts because nigga got dreads around his balls.
But I said it, I was like, you know what? Eventually, all of this will pay off. The work you're doing, the work that I'm doing, the work that all of us are doing. It'll pay off because if we have a goal in mind, the fun part about any goal should be the journey. So I think a lot of what I'm missing is the journey of even trying to date, the journey of finding a good woman, the journey of starting a life. Maybe if I start embracing the journey and stop trying to jump to the end of it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be able to find what it is that I'm looking for. So
you will. It's all in the process, man. It is all in the process, brother. But that there's no way in this world that you can be who you are and build the things that you have built and not be able to master a relationship as well. It's impossible. There's no way possible that you can do the things that you've done on so many different aspects of your life to where you have impacted other people's lives and then you don't have the power to do this too. Nah, it's just you in that process, man. That's all. Your victory's coming there too, brother.
Let's keep doing this thing. Let's keep this thing going. Thank you guys for supporting us, staying up with us as late as we are. Thank you for staying up as late as you have on the East Coast. Thank you, Golden State, for whooping the shit out of Cleveland. Hopefully tonight you go ahead and hear that shit.
That's what KD boy, they ain't got an answer for him.
They walked up to the 3-point line and he said, "This is for my girlfriend, my mama, Gate."
My mama.
That nigga shot the three and said, "Mama," just straight number net. So I couldn't be mad at him. But even though I'm not like a Golden State fan, I'm just not a LeBron fan at all. Because even at the end, look at what he did. LeBron James should have been driving to the hole, yet he passed the ball off. It was weird that he passed the ball to Kyle Korver. Nigga, go to the hole. And there's one thing they've been saying about LeBron James, I believe it's true. The reason why LeBron James does not drive to the hole at the end of the game because he fears that they're going to foul him and put him on the line, and he can't shoot free throws under pressure. Michael Jordan never sit up there and just settle for no bullshit like that. He went to the damn hole. Only time Mike started settling for jump shots was when he got old, but he was really good at the jump shots. That's why he pushed a nigga off. Game away. Yes.
At that fade away.
LeBron don't do that.
Taught him that.
LeBron's too big of a man.
He's not. Everybody tries to compare him to Mike. I more so compare him to Magic.
Yep.
But he is not. And I've said this since I've been watching him. He is not a big game finisher.
Nope.
He don't have that killer instinct, and he don't have that ice water to say when it's 4 seconds left on the clock, I want the ball because I'm gonna make the shot.
Right, like ain't nobody else shooting. As a matter of fact, if somebody else shoot, it's gonna be a fight.
They're gonna get you. Yeah, you give me the ball. He's not that guy. He's just not that guy. Ever since he came back to Cleveland, I like him. I give him his props, and he's definitely one of the top 5 GOATs. But he's not that guy. He can never be Michael Jordan. Especially if he loses this here, he can't even talk about him and Jordan in the same sentence anymore.
Right, and this will be the second final he's been in where he got swept. Mike has never lost a final, and this dude has been in 2 finals. If he loses 2 and you've been swept, that's unprecedented for anybody to be swept. Fuck that. Allen Iverson took a team full of misfits and won 1 game against the Lakers. He won 1. To me, that was, and if you remember that series, people kept giving Allen Iverson props, even though they lost. They kept saying they shouldn't have even been here in the first place. They had Allen Iverson and just people. So LeBron James has no excuse to keep saying he doesn't have the talent around him, because he fucking does. Now, he may not have the same talent as doing Golden State, but he don't have the kind of talent where you need to be swept. Nah, nope.
Right. Not to be swept, no.
Nope.
No. Not to be swept. And he even said it, though, in the beginning of the season, well, early on in the season, that they needed to get another playmaker, and they probably should have. But at the end of the day, to get swept, nah, bro, you can't let that happen. I hope he don't get swept. I think they're gonna lose, but I hope that he don't get swept. But yeah, Michael Jordan also has never been in a game 7.
Yeah,
that shot down there, boy.
Yeah,
never been to a game 7.
Yeah, and
never took him to a game 7. No.
And this is, it's a shame, because if Mike hadn't had his dad die and he got on that damn gambling kick, they'd have won 8 championships in a row.
Yep, because they almost beat the Knicks that year. That 3-point shot, that shot that they called, that bogus foul they shouldn't have called. And people don't realize that year they swept Houston in the regular season. So they had their number, because them boys didn't have an answer for Kukoc. Yeah.
And then you remember when Mike came back, he was still trying to get his legs under him when he was wearing that 45. And they were beating the Magic when he, for some odd reason, was dribbling up and wasn't looking behind him, and the dude ripped him.
Yeah. Yep.
That's how close. That's how close. Nick Anderson. That's how close they came to 8 straight.
He got on them TV screens like, yeah, that ain't the same Michael Jordan that we all knew no more. He's gone. I said, oh yeah, nigga, that's it.
And Mike came back the best Mike he'd ever been. That shit was crazy. 72 and 10. 72 and 10
on them boys.
Because remember, Golden State won all them games, and what happened to them?
Didn't get that ring.
Womp, womp. Nigga, you could have went 82 and 0. That don't matter.
Don't mean a thing if you don't get that ring.
Nobody remembers the fact that the Patriots won all but one game. Nobody remembers that.
Don't remember. It's all about them rings. And that's what I was telling people. I was arguing with my boys about this, about the whole KD thing. Yeah, they could have won with OKC. OKC was a game away. If them dudes was up 3-0, they was up 3-0 and still came back and they lost that, or 3-1. I think they 3-1 or whatever. And they still came back and lost it, and he wanted to leave. Hey man, he did what LeBron did. He did what several other players have done. He got on that team and he knew, I'm gonna make a difference here where I can win, and I ain't got to worry about us not getting there.
You know, for as much as I hated LeBron for not leaving, for leaving Miami, I look back on it now. He made a wise decision. Remember, Dwayne Wade got old overnight, and Chris Bosh was sick. You mean to tell me he didn't notice? I kind of think he did. I kind of think Chris Bosh might have told him, nigga, I'm dealing with these issues. You might want to dip. Because if he had stayed there, they'd had the young boy Whiteside and everything, but he would have had I'd say he'd have had about 3 years of mediocrity, because they couldn't really bring anybody under the cap. Now they're finally able, because they're kicking Bosh off of the cap. They had that exemption thing where they just go ahead and pay him and it don't count against the cap. Well, now they're open and they got rid of Wade. So they got a lot of young talent there, but I don't think they can bring any big names there. But what I think is going to happen with Golden State, I think once KD gets his ring, he's going to want to get it himself. I think he's going to want to pull a LeBron James and go somewhere. And I could foresee him going back to OKC to finish what they started. Because if you look at the talent they got in OKC now, and you just stick him on that team, and I think it would be a great business decision for KD to just go back home.
Yeah.
Get your ring, get your mind around winning, go back home. Now you can tell Westbrook, stop all that fucking shooting. Because before he was so weak, he never told him that. Now he can tell him that.
And I'm sure Westbrook has learned a lot. It's like, you did all that. You dropped all these triple doubles. Congratulations. But you still ain't got that prize, man. That hardware is what's important to true competitors in the league. Now, you got some dudes that just want to make that bread and be on SportsCenter every now and again. But true competitors, man, they want that accomplishment of having that ring. And when you don't get it and you're a true competitor, it haunts you.
Remember as much as Scottie Pippen didn't want to play. Remember how much as Scottie Pippen didn't want to play with Jordan when he finally played without Jordan? What did he do? He pointed at them sneakers, told Jordan to come back.
Like, come on back.
Come back.
I need you, brother.
Sometimes you don't realize what you had until you lose it. And it's rare people get a second chance at that thing they had. I would love to see him and that boy create a dynasty together. I don't like seeing him in Golden State. I think Golden State should have been the team that it already had. They should have won last year. They didn't need KD. I think they need to go back. And I think because they have all that talent, let me tell you what's going to happen. Either Curry's going to leave because he wants to be the man, and KD done came there, and now they're saying KD is the man. I don't think he likes that. Curry's.
I think
one of them are going to leave.
That they have an opportunity to be like a Showtime.
They could be an amazing dynasty. They have a problem that the light skinned boy is going to leave because he's just nervous. You see how he'll go sometime, and he won't score no fucking point. Not Curry, but he gonna leave because while he's there, he's becoming like a role player, and he has a lot of talent. But I don't know if I think he's gonna want to explore what will it be like to be a man on a team. The man on the team. The nigga scored 34 points in a quarter once.
Yeah, he did.
The most in NBA history.
Yeah.
So he can score, but now he's just like an afterthought. Somebody just wrote it. I think Thompson's going to leave. There's too much money out there, and you get an opportunity to play. And the funny part about it is Thompson might go to OKC.
Hey, I think that, and this is one of the things that I like about it. It's like the fact that they're doing what they're doing now, and they're playing the way that they're playing. Once they win, then it's going to be even more exciting to see what they're going to do. Yeah. Because like you said, a lot of people can leave and they could all say, you know what? Let's not leave. Let's stay here.
It would be nice if they said that.
3 or 4 in a row. They could. Yeah.
It would be nice if they said it. I still want to see KD go back home. I want to see him play with that weird looking dude because Westbrook is a weird looking fella. But I just like Westbrook.
Nigga wearing nigga weird. He wearing a romper.
You know why I like Westbrook? Because like we talk about sometimes being married at a young age isn't a good thing and somebody's too young to be married. Guess what Westbrook has been? Married since he came in the league.
Yeah.
And guess what he does when the game over? He go home. He go home to his wife. As a matter of fact, KD said one of the reasons he left was because Westbrook was so stable. He said Westbrook got a wife. I'm single. He said Westbrook had his daddy in his life. I didn't. He said Westbrook will be all right if I leave. And that's a fucked up thing to say, that you need to be around other people and you can leave this other man because you know he don't need you. And if you watch Westbrook this year, he didn't. He just played. Yeah. He wear his wild clothes, he drank his Mountain Dew, and he go home to his wife and his kid. You don't hear about no trouble that motherfucker get in. Why? Because he had his daddy. You don't see Steph Curry, like every time when I said the young girl was 20 and they was like, she's too young. How long has Steph Curry been married? Since college. How long has Kobe Bryant been married? Since he's 18. Some people are just, they can be stable, but they usually come from stability.
Yes.
And if you don't come from it, that's the scary part because them dudes grew up seeing their mom and daddy. Steph Curry saw his mom and daddy together. He had no problem with getting him a girl, high school sweetheart, and marrying her. Kobe saw his mom and daddy together. He had no problem seeing his high school sweetheart and marrying her. Westbrook, same thing.
Yep.
You come from stability, you want stability. You come from instability, you will shun stability.
Yeah, that's true. And even when you look at those women, they know how to play their part and their position on their team. Those women know, like, and even with Kobe Bryant, with him being as big of a star as he was when his shit went down with that chick at the hotel, it's like, if he hadn't have been a really big star, you probably wouldn't even heard of that. All that nonsense that he had to go through, you probably wouldn't even heard of that.
And that his wife stuck with him through that shit, though.
And his wife, and I was going to say, his wife still stayed with him. She still hung in there.
You had so many voices telling her, "I leave that nigga." I remember they tried to get her to be on Housewives. They tried to get this bitch to actually go on the Housewives show and spill the beans on this man. And then the black chick got mad that he stayed. That's why them niggas marry them non-black chicks, because they'll put up with that bullshit. Bitch, if you got a kid by a nigga with 9 other kids, you'll put up with bullshit. That's what you're doing. Man. Your baby daddy got 9 other kids, and you talking about that bitch putting up with bullshit. Come on, dog.
Yep.
So that's
what's wrong with staying with somebody?
Thank you.
Who is fucked up? What's wrong with staying with somebody and helping them work it out and working it out, or being willing to work it out? Why do we think, and it's just us that do that? The first time some shit don't go right, oh girl, you need to leave him. What? Leave him to go jump on another nigga dick?
That's gonna do the same damn thing, and you haven't built nothing with him. Every time you get a new nigga, ladies and gentlemen, you are getting somebody else's old problem.
Exactly.
It's some bitch out there right now like, good luck, girl. He ain't shit.
You're right. Then you gonna join the niggas ain't shit club, and then you gonna be sitting around spending money that you ain't even earned or work for, and just expecting everybody to just feel sorry for you and give you what you want. That ain't how life go, man. Exactly. Life is about ups and downs and sticking through and building and all that kind of shit, man. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Don't think so quick. You ain't got to leave every time some shit don't go your way.
It is impressive to say. Michael Jordan, what's impressive about him is people can go to points of his career when he couldn't dribble, he couldn't shoot, he couldn't, and then they say, and then he learned. Why don't we take pride in, when we first got together, we didn't know how to be a couple. Now we finish each other's sentences. Why is that not something we want to grow? I'm tired of I got a long line of puss I done been in and nothing to show for it. That's the dumbest fucking thing in the world, that you just keep doing something and then, well, let me forget somebody else. Well, let me give it somebody else. Let me get somebody else. It's the same old fucking routine.
Keep on, keep on, and keep on. Yep.
But that's better than working it out. Cycle. But that's better than working it out with somebody. Switching dicks for women is better than working it out with somebody. Switching pussy is better for dudes than working it out with somebody. They're weak for working it out. That's what we think as black people.
Yeah.
Dysfunction.
That is. You don't take away shit from tonight. Take that away. Stop being the first motherfucker to throw in the towel and say, oh, I'm going to go do another one.
That's right, man. Every time we turn around, it's the same thing. I don't know. It's like, I don't know why we just see each other as disposable commodities. You ever wonder that, like, we see each other as disposable commodities. Every time we look at another black person, we don't see them as somebody worth a damn. We just look at them as, oh, you didn't say what I wanted you to say. You didn't do what I wanted you to do. All right, then. Mm-hmm. Fine. You ain't going to do what I want you to do. Here's what I'm going to do then. Here's what I want to do. I want you to do this.
If he dies, he dies. I love Drago.
That had to be the best Rocky. I don't care what nobody say. Rocky 4 probably was the best damn Rocky.
Yes.
That soundtrack, there's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. I still watch that shit and be crying. They knock a nigga out. He died like this.
Hey, you know what my shit is at the end, where he like, if I could change, and the dude in Russian is like, "Das Vidanya, then you could change, then we could change." And his son all the way home like, "Yeah, Dad."
You know what's sad though? That was his real son that played his son in that role. That was Sage Stallone.
I know that.
That was his real son, Sage, and his son is dead. His son had a drug problem as he grew up, because it's hard to be Rocky's son.
Wow.
That was Sage Stallone. He had a drug problem. He OD'd. Yep.
I did not know that.
Same thing about the old man who used to play Archie Bunker. His name was something Carroll. I can't remember his name. But you remember he used to do a show called In the Heat of the Night. Well, one of the sheriffs was his son, the one that looked like a big-ass Indian or whatever. That was his son.
Wow.
His son was a drug addict. He died. Killed himself. Sometimes if you have a famous or important parent, it's hard to live up to that shit. So you will live down. Like you will be like, well, I'm going to fuck up the Lakers. Think about it. Larry Fishburne, what did his daughter do?
Yeah, she
do
was porn.
Something
like that, wasn't she? Yeah.
You didn't have to do this shit. You did porn to fuck with your father. And that's what I'm scared of, because if them girls decide to be the porn twins, I'm like, God, dog. Because niggas won't let me live that down. Or they start selling bundles. They start selling weed.
That
damn it.
That would be tragic.
Your girls are the weed queens of the West Coast. We do porn and sell weed, so come on down.
Right. Shit. And get baby daddies on child support.
Right. And ladies, and while you're down here getting your hair done, we'll help you put your baby dad on child support. Jesus
oh my God. They sell weed. They sell weed. And they got.
I just shut down everything. I just go be a hermit. I just won't have shit else to do. I have nothing to say. Them kids is fucked up. They ain't gonna. I wouldn't look at.
Like, what happened to Tommy? Oh, he packed up.
He
and
killed himself. I would just go on and kill myself. I pull a David Carradine. David Carradine said, "I'm gonna jack off and kill myself." That's a horrible way. I guarantee you, halfway through when David Carradine was dying, he realized that they're gonna find him in there dead, choking his chicken. Nigga, you was jacking off. That's a fucked up way to die. Like he was probably like realizing, oh, shit, I can't.
He was doing the Cleveland toward the end, like no.
Because I'm sorry the man is dead. But when they put out the details of his death, they're like, David Carradine, the man what was that show I guess he did like in the 70s? I can't remember what it was. Kung Fu, yeah. He did Kung Fu, and Kill Bill was found dead in a hotel. I was like, God, dog, he probably had a heart attack or something. He old. We've got further details on what happened to David Carradine. I said, he was doing what? Yes, there's a trend called, what do they call that when you choke yourself to calm and feel better? Erotic asphyxiation. And I was like, why couldn't he hire one of them Chinese girls to just choke him? Why did he want to? These niggas
that takes the fun out of it.
Right, I guess they take the fun out of it, I guess, but this nigga just.
Oh man.
Oh!
I guess at the end of the day, he said, I came and went at the same time.
Because I could just see him, like he feel himself, he get ready to come,
man.
Then his feet slip.
Imagine him showing up at the pearly gates like that as a ghost. He got that thing wrapped
around his neck.
And you got Peter sitting there looking. He just starts shaking his head like he's seeing like 3 or 4 people back. He's seeing the lines. Like, God damn. By the time he gets to the counter, he like.
And St. Peter won't let it take it off his neck either, because we want everybody to know how you got up here. That's why he fucked up. You mean to tell me my spirit got a damn tie around his neck? Yes, sir.
Peter's sitting there like, hold on right here. 1 second, sir. Let me go. Yeah. Go. Hey, y'all come see this movie.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The Kung Fu dude.
No, they ask him, and they'll sit around the table. Everybody be telling, so what happened when you died? They say, the best story up here. Come here, David. I'm not telling that story again. Just tell him again.
You tell the story if you want to get in here. Tell a story.
Yeah, they tell a story.
He's like, y'all listen to this. Listen to this.
Somebody said he also died in Bangkok. It makes it worse. Because I remember the first time a bitch told me she liked to be choked. I said, what? Just like when a woman told me to slap her, and one of them told me to spit in her mouth. I said, do what?
Wow.
Just spit in my mouth, please, please. She was begging me to spit in her mouth. And it was some odd shit. So I'm looking at her like,
Please,
like, how do I do it?
please.
Like, do I hawk up a loogie? Like, what am I doing? She said, just like, let it drip in my mouth. I was like, you weirdo half-breed. And I did it. She was like, oh, yeah. And I was like, what the hell? People got some weird crap. One was like, punch me in the back. I'm like, just rabbit punch me in the kidneys. Oh, I'm coming. Who is teaching y'all this shit?
You ever seen wrestling? You ever seen a guy do a sickle? Do that. Do that.
I was like, who?
To the wall, I'm gonna bounce back and just put that sickle on me.
I was like, who is it? The first time the girl said choke me, so I still don't know if I'm like good at it or not because it feels weird. But she's like, just choke me a little bit. I was like, choke you how? Just put your hands around my neck.
Wow.
So I put them there, but I was like, I'm gonna go to jail because I'm too dark skinned to be choking this bitch. It's gonna go wrong and it's gonna leave a mark because she was really light skinned. I'm leaving a mark, and all she gotta do is go tell him we got into a fight. That's why I don't like dating light skinned chick. Date dark skinned chick. Me and her can fight like a motherfucker. The police won't know who got beat. She called the police all you want to. Ain't no evidence, bitch.
She's like, look here, I'm purple, officer. Ma'am, you're purple all over.
You know what I'm saying? You're purple all over. Dark-skinned people, we like Wolverine. You hit us, that shit heal before the doctor come. So I was sitting there, and so I was this other girl, and I was like, well, it seems that girls like getting choked. So I was with this girl for a while, and I just had gotten used to fucking the side bitch choking her. And that's how you can know somebody's cheating, because they bring shit to the bedroom that ain't been there before. Like, I remember I fucking this bitch, and she turned on, no woman, no cry. A whole bunch of Jamaican music. We had never listened to Jamaican music. Come to find out, this bitch was fucking this nigga with dreads had his hand. I said, I knew you would cheat on me. Talking about some, my Pandora suggested this. No, it didn't. But I was.
His name is Dexter St. John.
You know that this nigga walk up with a surfboard, talking about anybody need some lessons. Fuck you, Dexter. But anyway, I sat there and I got this girl. I said, well, she look like she's enjoying herself. She's really gonna like it if I choke her because the side bitch like it. So I did it, and she said, I said, you okay? She said, are you mad at me? I said, no, and she started crying. I said, no, I'm sorry. I was just, God, dog. And so I realized you can't just choke a bitch. I mean, you can, it's fun to do it, but it might go left.
You have to ease it to that.
Yeah, you got to, because it's
fair warning.
Like that girl had me, boy. She get the best back rubs ever. She's like, I'm gonna give you a special back rub. And I like my back is overly sensitive. I love having my back rub. She got back there, and then I heard, I said, well, what is that? It's just a massager is what she said it. So she was rubbing my back with that massager. I said, okay, it feel good. That motherfucker took that massager, and it was a bullet or rabbit or something. And she tried to play with my ass. I said, hold up. What are you doing? She said, I just thought. Don't think.
Oh my God.
You gonna do some shit like this. What'll happen if I enjoy it? Then what? And that's sad. Because as a man, it might have felt good, but I can't let you do it.
Oh, man.
Talking about, so just see. If you don't like it, I'll stop. No. Because if I like it, I will tell you to keep going. And then what? You're going to get online and tell everybody I like rabbits in my ass. I can't do this. I got a reputation.
Oh, my God.
Don't think, bitch.
Oh, man. Boy, I tell you.
Let me let y'all go to bed telling these motherfucking stories. True Seaman go fuck this story up too and lie about it. Tommy said he liked dildos in his ass. That motherfucker took that story about me and Puffy and lied and told people. I said every time I smoke weed, I think some men trying to fuck me in the ass. I was like, where did you hear that part at? What the fuck were you listening to? I was like, oh my God. I went out with Puffy them and the motherfuckers got high, and I thought they were trying to, because it was a bunch of bitches in there, and then the bitches left. And them niggas was like, oh, you can stay tonight. No. As a man, you don't tell another man he can stay tonight. Let that man go home. You know what I'm saying? You don't tell no man. You tell a woman when she say, ooh, I'm high, I'm going to go home. No, baby, you can stay here tonight. Because you know,
right.
If worse come to worse, we going to fuck. What you and a high-ass dude going to do?
Yeah.
The worst come to worst, I'm going to kick your ass. You need to leave, nigga. I'm high. I don't know if I can drive. You better call Uber. You better call a cab. Nigga, you better know this will go wrong. So when they told me, they was like, oh, you can stay. No, see, I might have stayed if y'all didn't ask. Once you ask, I think my ass is on the chopping block. I don't need that. Y'all some fishy motherfuckers. It was some fine bitches in there. And then like they kept trickling out. Where the bitches going? I mean, this is the chick. Yeah, then where the bitches going? This is like, Puffy. What's happening?
We getting close to the gay hour, girls.
Right. That's what I figured. They knew what was happening. Puffy got this nigga hemmed up. And my dumb ass cameraman was up there talking about some, we straight, man. We straight. That's the problem, nigga. We straight. I think they ain't.
Yeah, man, we straight, but they not.
Right. You know, he was a young boy. He was just happy. He filming his shit. He see the celebrities up in there. He up there not knowing his booty hole in danger. Trying to tell this nigga, dude.
He'd have been asleep, got his camera batteries charged. The next thing he would have heard was, take that.
Right.
Take that.
And then he already got them long dreads and be wearing them suspect ass shirts. I had to tell the nigga, you gotta stop wearing these suspect shirts when we walking around. And you got these long. This nigga wear a tank top, it be loose.
Say the music would have went off, the lights would have cut off, and you'd have heard, bad boys. You know I'm gay.
And see, I know what he going through. Because as an island kid, we don't know how to dress like Americans do. So we dress kind of gayish. Because we'll fuck around and put on a loud colored tank top with fishnets. Like we'll walk around in this shits. Like that's
or a loud fishnet tank top.
So I was like, I get it, you Nigerian and y'all probably like us. But don't. Like when in Rome, I had to learn as a kid real quick. Like motherfuckers didn't like the way I was dressing like that. I was like, what, y'all don't dress like this? Yeah. You mean not everybody dress like this? I had to learn.
He said, what, y'all don't dress like
y'all don't dress like this. It's like, no, we don't act like that. That's why I had to learn. Oh, man. I had to learn.
Oh my goodness.
So I had to teach him. I said, look, nigga, you keep showing up on my show with that damn tank top on, they gonna think we fucking. Every time the show would come on, that nigga would put on that shirt. All you hear in the background with that. We done fucked around and walked into the Blue Oyster Bar. God,
see, look here, man. You wearing this fishnet tank top, it got your nipples out. It's
right.
expensive.
And I got the air conditioner on because I keep the air conditioner on. Now the niggas' nipples is hard. We gotta cut this out, though. Gotta stop. You can't be doing this to me. They gonna be talking shit about me. You better stop it. Somebody said he had on a pink romper. That motherfucker he wears a suspect shit. I was like, God, why is this young boy dressing like this? He get up in the morning and I said, you wear that today? Yeah, what's wrong? Yeah, what's wrong with it? See, that's what's wrong with it. Why did you do it? You know what I'm saying? You got a problem with this?
Hey, look here, man. I know you from Nigeria, but niggas over here don't wear rompers.
Right. You no.
Take that off.
I thought, don't think. I'm up here crying and my nose running. I need to stop laughing like this. It's too late for this shit.
Oh man.
So I say he feel like Xerxes. He could take on all 300 niggas, boy, at that point. I take them on, bring them on. Go back and get the rest of them.
My goodness.
The nigga leave for the 300, be like, I ain't coming back. They fucking, Xerxes is fucking niggas. He go back and tell the queen, let's not go. Let's send no more soldiers. They are fucking niggas over there. Let them have it.
You know Xerxes' thing was, I don't care if you stand. All I want you to do is kneel.
That's right.
Just kneel.
Where's Leonidas? No, let's not go back. Are you serious? Where's Leonidas? I thought, don't think. Don't think. Let me go before I get turned down later on tonight. I gotta leave. I talk to y'all. Thank you, brother, for a great show. And thank all of you guys for watching the show. We say peace out.
Yes, indeed.
Oh.